Alright, well, we'll get going with it then. It's Caesar 3. It's another custom map. This one by Joss V. Joss V has done a fair few of the custom maps that we've had before, but I don't think we've had one recently. This one is called Land Reform, and let's go and check our recent dispatch from Toga Boy himself. There we go. Governor! The civil war is over, and the legions are standing down. The surveyors have found a nice tract of land to fulfill the promises we've made to our veterans. Grant them their much-earned reward. We have scoured the land. For most of the local population, the land is ready for you to build a profitable city to grow the glory of Rome. Yeah, profitable. That's why it's prosperity goal 100. Do not concern yourself with the rumblings of a displaced local population overly much. It is peacetime. Some prefects and walls and the keen-eyed diligence of an administrator can handle some rowdy, bare-chested troublemakers. Sincerely, Toga Boy. I gotta say, he has really chilled out. Probably because in the last mission we sent him 200,000 denarii. More than that, in fact, from his outlandish requests. So maybe, just maybe, he's looking at me less as something to throw wine goblets at, and more something to simply pump money out of. We've been given a couple of clues here. We are not permitted statues, we're not permitted plazas, we're not permitted forts. Although it is not a peaceful map, there will be small forces of local raiders. That is incredibly powerful information to have. Not that it's good news, but it's stuff that we'd rather know than not. Local raiders means we are going to be given no warning about attacks. They'll just happen. And if we're not ready for them, we will just get instantly deleted. So we need to be sure that we are ready immediately for attacks. Where will these attacks come from? Well, normally map makers don't put them at the entry point, but this is a very wide entry point, so it could come from here. That's not very relevant though, because there's a very obvious invasion point right next to it anyway, although maybe it is relevant, because you can't path between these two places without going around this raised land. Either way, we don't trust either of these locations. There's also a very obvious invasion point right here. You might be saying, Jake, how do you know that's an invasion point? What makes it obvious? Well, you cannot have an invasion point where there is forests, rocks, raised lands, or water, and the invasion points are always on the map edge. So if a map maker does this, you can be all but certain that that's going to be an invasion point. Some horrific map makers make pretty much all of the edge of the map open ground, so you have no way of really knowing where the invasion point is. And that's even worse on tight maps, because you got to centralize everything and make sure everything is well defended. So for example, I know that all of this area is safe. There cannot be any invasion points along here because we have rocks, we have trees, and we have water. So we're safe here. Not even this little tiny bit here. Well, I suppose it is possible that the map maker made this an invasion point, but I don't believe for a second that they would have. This is obviously an invasion point, and this is even more egregiously an invasion point, right? Yeah, it wouldn't make it this wide next to the exit point without making it an invasion point. So, it looks like attacks from almost all ends. Very safe around here, and of course in the center of the map you're quite a bit safe, but along these edges we're going to need to be prepared. We have towers, actually. That's interesting. So I reckon our defense is going to be towers with walls to slow down the pajama warriors, some prefects to mulch them, and some towers to shoot them whilst they're busy being prefected. So it gives us a lot to spend our labor on, means it's not going to be such a push for having water fountains or superfluous missionary posts. Prefects do actually gobble up a fair amount of your employment. One prefecture costing 30 denarii uses 6 workers. Compare that to a fountain of 15 denarii using 4. That's not better, but it's not bad. Now this is the one. This is what one needs on a late evening. Are you sure? There's always the Mario Marathon VOD. L'Oursolent did a very good job running through Mario 2 and 3. Kind of impressed by that time for Mario 3, especially going into it blind. Alright, what else do we have to say about this map? Actually, there's a lot to say. We've only kind of looked at invasions and military, since that was an important point for it all. What else is there to look at and say? Well, how about starting with what we have available locally? We do not have wheat, which always makes me sad. Wheat is a wonderful, wonderful foodstuff. But we do have fish, which is also wonderful in its own way. We can produce our own olives for oil. We can produce timber for weapons and timber for furniture and iron for weapons. What about the imports? Also, is there anything bastardized about the prices here? All these prices look vanilla. How and where they change, nobody knows. I suppose Baron knows, he plays through the map. I watched a little bit of it, but not enough to spoil myself on the map, so I'm coming in here with relatively blind eyes. The trading routes are pretty awful. Oh yeah, that's pretty bad. So we can sell 15 cartloads of meat, 15 cartloads of oil, and 15 cartloads of weapons. Oil and weapons are quite profitable, but that's a very low amount that we can export. We have to import our clay and our pottery, which makes me wince a bit. We can import wine, but not vines, so we know straight away that we're limited to grand villas, assuming there's nothing else to concern ourselves with. We have the third type of food here, wheat, so 3 types of food advance you from large villa to grand villa. And we get our marble from Athens as well. So it looks like we're quite import dependent whilst not being able to export much of our own. That means we're going to be pushed into a tax-heavy economy quite quickly, because with those low exports of meat, oil, and weapons, we're not going to get the cash we need, especially with a 300-month time limit. Both of those trade routes are by sea. I mean, I can tell without clicking on them. You know, how else are you going to go? You're going to go around here? Heavens no, that's going outside of the Empire's borders. But funnily enough, in Vanilla Caesar 3, there was no indication as to whether or not something was a land or a sea trade route until you open it. Fortunately, Julius adds this little icon here to show that boats are needed. So you're going to need to build a dock. Speaking of which, where can one put a dock? With only 2 trade routes and low quantities being done, I don't feel my usual need to do the old double dock situation. I have let this run unpaused for a little bit, and I do know that the entry point for the boats is here, although really it makes no odds. There's not a huge coastline to be had. If I did want to double dock, there's double dock situation right here, but this island is going to have a very special utility in my eyes. There's no dock placement area here at all, I think. Yeah, that's not quite large enough. You need a triple line of coastline and a 2x3 off the coast enabled to place a dock. This looks like more or less a perfect place for a dock. It's quite close to the entry point for the boats, it doesn't get in the way of anything else, and it establishes this area as an industrial sector, which is good because it's not particularly well suited for being, well, anything else. But then there are the fishing locations. We've got one here, we've got one here, we've got one here, but we have the more important ones here, here, and here. And this island is so good for the mass production of fish. What this tells me is that a large sum of our population is going to be consuming fish. It will be a little awkward to get the fish off of this island, though, because it doesn't have great connections, does it? For one, we would want to have ship bridges, because we've got all these boats that are going around. But we can't actually ship bridge over here. I suppose we could low bridge it. Bridget. It feels like it comes with its own problems. There is the opportunity to ship a bridge over to here and over to here. I'll keep both of those ones in mind. Jake, I just added some more info into the industry buildings in my build, including fish food calculations. Wow. That is some powerful stuff. Opportune says, your recent Caesar 3 vids have made me reinstall it 25 years after I last played it and do both the campaigns. What a game, yeah. Highly recommend the campaign in this game. Covers just about everything the game has to offer. It's very enjoyable. And to a seasoned player, it's not all that challenging, but to somebody that's not a seasoned player, it's really well balanced. Okay, one way or another, we're going to have to harvest fish en masse from here. There is actually quite a lot of arable land on this map. But as I mentioned, we've got fruit here, a desirable neighbor, and all in all, a really good second food type. But with the invasion point here, maybe this isn't quite as safe as I initially suspected it could be. And the awkwardness of the water here makes it so we can't actually do a lot of fruit farming. Not that I can tell, at least. What about over here? There's tons of elevated arable land. That's a little inconvenient, given that you want the elevated land to be where you put your houses, given the inherent +10 desirability bonus. I got to part 2 of the episode, part 1 or 2, legit, I was impressed with myself. Huh? Oh, you're talking about Wintermute. I thought you were talking about Caesar 3, impressed at getting to the second map in Caesar 3 career is... Well, maybe you need to reassess what impresses you. Or not. Sounds like you get a happy life if you do that. Sorry about all these natives and their fancy roads, but they have got to go. Is that true? I'm deleting a lot of trees when I do that. Blessed be this undo button. How many modern city builders give you an undo button? Keep some of these trees because they might be relevant later on. As a place to... Well, hang on. We don't export furniture, do we? Okay, furniture production becomes a bit bleh with that in mind. This is going to have to be for fishing galore. Campaign is like Dominion single player, makes you familiar with mechanics and some strats in inverted commas. No, it's not at all comparable. I disagree wholeheartedly, because you can still play the fancy Caesar 3 custom-made maps without having to commit to the horror that is Dominion's multiplayer. Who's got the time for that? Blitz, maybe. Right, there's a slight issue of how do I actually get oil over here. I suppose I could do some olive gardening over here, but the problem is I would quite like to use this for people. What about getting oil from here? It's a bit of a hassle. Wait, I've had a brilliant idea. Since the oil exports are pretty low in number, I can just have a getting granary get the oil. Yes, and that can be the same granary that imports the marble. That seems about right. Okay, just thinking out loud about the design here, I have not put thought into how I'm going to lay out this city yet. Yeah, I probably would have if I'd gotten up at a reasonable time today, but I did not. What buildings do we have available? No wells. It always makes me laugh when the submitter of the map doesn't put in wells. What horrific exploit are you stopping me from doing by denying me wells? I can't have the all-powerful large shack, which eats food and doesn't pay taxes? Wells can be used to purposely lower desirability, but prefects do a better job of that in my opinion. We have all the medical buildings, all the religious buildings, all the education, not all of the entertainment. There is no hippodrome to be had here, just a coliseum. That shouldn't prevent anything relating to the quality of the houses that we can have. We wouldn't be able to have luxury palace, but that was never on the table due to only one wine type. But it does mean I'm going to have to be a bit thorough with the types of entertainment that I put in. And there'll be this coliseum for our patricians, of course. We can tax, which is nice. It's nice to have the forum back after that previous map where we were only reliant on the Senate building. And there are, of course, my own personal houses, villas, and palaces, but no statues is quite the challenge. Statues are incredibly good for boosting desirability because they have a good range, a reasonable cost, and they do not fall down or catch fire. So you can put them far away from the roads, and there's no real problem. Might be heavily relying on the oracle, and maybe even large temples, because the land here is really unpleasant for building on. I mean, extremely unpleasant. There's not a single nice, easy loop location. Even over here, where you could reasonably put in a very standard-looking loop, there's these little native houses getting in the way, and it becomes a bit choked with the water on all sides, and these little rivers running into them. So it's not a very happy place for building a city. But I like that. That's the best challenge, in my opinion, you can do in Caesar 3, is making it actually difficult to build up your housing areas. I think we're going to have to do some kind of unorthodox stuff with the raised land here. Something I only learned very recently is that not only do you get the plus 10 desirability boost to your houses for building on raised land, right? I think everybody knows that by now. But if you have even further raised land, that gives another plus 2 for every time it gets raised. So this is raised one level here, and this is raised a second level here. Had no idea. Is there no native trading hut? There's no need to calm them down, I think. I'm afraid this right here is the source of all of our problems. So the natives won't actually rise up and attack you if there does not exist a central trading hut for them. But the trading hut here is outside of the range of our walkers, so we can't trade with them, but they'll still get mad, so we need to placate them with our missionaries, which are quite expensive and need a lot of workers, so I can't build my initial settlement right here. Or could I? I actually think I could. I would just need to gingerly dance around the land they consider to be their own until I get enough people to put down missionaries. Which is a consideration. Because just slumming it up right at the very entry point, I'm not really sure that's what we're looking for here, although it does get people in fast. I do hate putting in slums though, but I want to have my people in and fed as swiftly as possible so that I can tax them Just getting up to hovel is fine. Just slam down hovel, slam down forum, tax them at 25%, and then never stop taxing them. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. There's not a huge amount of industry that I'm going to be doing, but I do want to segregate my industry area, probably segregated at about this point, so that everything on this side is producing, stocking, shifting, just everything to do with goods. And then on this side, you can get their labor access from some houses here, but this ends up being a nice big loop of houses. One of the issue is that a vast amount of my food production is going to be done over here. I'm going to shove it into a granary that places somewhere around here or here, and then the food is going to flow out. How exactly that food can flow out, I maybe haven't fully considered, but I think it's probably going to come down through here, and then market ladies, who could even service all the way up here if they walk over and grab their fish from there, can service all the way around here and here from this fish. Fish is so incredibly powerful, and this is a very, very good fishing district. Highly lucrative tent slums. Now, tents don't pay taxes unless you play on easier modes. And yes, I'm running with an even more quality of life build that actually shows you a summary of housing information. Sudazima, clearly a genius. We'll get more intel on this when we actually have the houses, but you're going to see it and you're going to want it. I still need to think how I'm even starting this. I don't think I ran down all the buildings that I had, by the way. Everything you'd expect from engineering. No forts, but we do have walls, towers, gatehouse, prefects. And the barracks so that I can put some arbalists on the towers. And we've already seen the local stuff. It's fruits, it's olives, it's iron, it's timber. Okay, well, I better get going, hadn't I? I'll start by setting that tax to 0%, something that's very easy to forget. No need to immediately pay 2 above Rome. I usually do that, but these days I'm a bit more of a pinch person. I try to avoid it. And I am still humming between tent slum here. It's really, really tempting to tent slum here. Just immediately get some population in before worrying about anything here. But then why worry about that? Is it really something to care about that much? I really don't think it is. This ship bridge is agonizingly expensive. I have to ask myself if that's even what I truly want. I think it is, because it doesn't get in the way of anything that I'd be building up here. There's a ton of wharves that I can be building. Yeah, and if it comes off of here, I can feed so many people on fish. This is going to be chock-a-block with small insulae. I can already feel it. It's a shame, because with all this second food type, making them into grand insulae would not be a huge undertaking. And grand insulae are great for prosperity and pay a bajillion taxes. But they do have a lot of other demands, so it makes it harder to make it very dense. Insulae is fine. Win lobby even hand-holding Jake and Caesar 3 now. Oh, he hates it when other people get quality of life, does our ninjan. I just about called you Toga Boy there. Jinx, where'd that come from? That's why I had to hesitate when I said ninjan. I'm hesitating a bit on the building here because I would really like to know where the granary is going to go before I make such decisions. I think this is a reasonable place for the granary, because that can run straight into this bridge. It should be close enough for all of the fishing areas to deliver to. My biggest concern is that the fishing point is right here, so these ones need to be very close to a granary, which is why that makes a lot of sense. Could I get away with a low bridge instead of a ship bridge? I'd save myself mondo money. But the fishing points here would suffer. Let's just bite the bullet. We are going to have a ship bridge there. And this is going to have to run out to a nice loop now. There will be a dock over here, and there'll be industry here. And I'm imagining a loop that goes kind of around and down and up and back over. That should be plenty of space for everything I need to do, which tells me I want housing around here. Let's see, there's more than enough opportunities for merger points there. So I reckon we're going to end up with something, no, not that, you dunderhead. Something like this. Yeah, that does make sense. And this is going to come up and along here. How long is it going to be overall? What are we even looking at here? Fortunately, the natives don't mind when you put roads down on their land, and they also don't mind when you just come along and cut their backyard forest. They don't even mind gardens. Generally, anything that can be walked on or is natural, they don't mind. I can get away with going up to about here. And then let me think, how is this even going to look? We have no statues, so there's no big desire to make the center point more than just one tile wide, so I can have fountainy stuff. I'm going to probably have to rely quite a bit on oracles for desirability. Although sometimes doubling the garden could be handy. Yeah, desirability isn't going to come easy, I reckon. Maybe I should play it a bit easier. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, how about that then? And then when I get to this point, drag it out a bit. Something like that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That doesn't seem too unreasonable. It gets a little iffy here, but that's okay. I'm very used to building in awkward places. So I need to keep in mind a few things. The biggest one is the risk of the natives. I have not given myself a lot of space that I can actually build on here, which is more than a little awkward. But we should jam in as many as we can regardless and just try and keep in mind the limits here. Which means don't build anything around here. Is there a place that I want to put people above all? I wish I could bet huge bigly, but I'm not allowed. So what do you mean millions upon millions? It's weird that even after all this time, they limit our betting to 250,000, because some people have oodles of points by now. Crazy amounts of them. Right. Kind of a shame that you can't cross your overlays. So I want to see natives and merger points here, but oh well. Right. Yonder. I guess I want you here. I want you here. And I want you here. These will all merge rather nicely. And what about here? Ooh, oh, that's really awful for merger points there. Actually, this is all awful for merger points. Oh well. Such is what you get. Maybe I should have put risks native onto a hotkey so I don't have to keep going over for it. It's not too bad, because I just need the initial people in here, and then I can put down a missionary post and all as well. And then I don't need to worry about dancing around them. Actually, I think dancing around them is going to hurt my city design overall. It is worth noting that the missionary walker has an extremely low range. Alright, I take it back. We're going to tent slum a little bit here. Yeah, just shove these people in. They're not very important, and I'll delete them later on, but for now I just need some initial population so that I can placate these individuals. Yeah, alright. Just get them in. DDops 229 comes in. It's their first time chatting, and all they say is, I can't believe how self-centered you are. Ah, Palmar, welcome. Ever a good sign when Palmar blesses your run by being in chat. I don't want to put really any infrastructure here. This is purely for the slum, so don't worry about them getting sick or anything like that. Well, worry a little bit about it. I'm going to put down a doctor before I forget. Same should be said about an engineer. And that's not inside the angry zone of the natives, so that shouldn't worry us too much either. But yeah, the first thing I need is some unemployment so I can put down a missionary post. Thus begins the question of where. Since this is not very good for merging or anything, here makes sense, but if the missionary ever wanders up here with most of their walks, I'm in deep doo-doo. I need the missionary to purely walk around here. But the missionary has an incredibly short walking path. It's agonizingly short. Such wasted space here. I already don't like what I've built. Maybe what I could do, if I really think this is bad in a lot of ways, is actually drag this one tile in, but then I lose a lot of this area, which is bad. Alright, missionary, don't let me down. I need you to walk at least to here, and don't waste your time over there. And then I can start building this up as much as I want, which is a lot. And get these merged, as I know they will.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
Barbarian. Right, much to my dismay, I'm going to need rather a lot of god placating, but before that I really reckon I should focus on where my houses go. It is of vital importance that I end up with houses down here. So let's make sure you're fine. I'll use that for some other 2x2 building. That is good. That is very good. This looks like Oracle location or something to that effect. Overall, the merger points seem somewhere in the region of very bad on this. Very, very bad. Oh well, I'll do what I can, for I must. Leave that for whatever. Tell me I'm not infringing upon the natives' land, please. Yeah, not until I reach that point. Alright, good enough. But yeah, you can see the native guy only walks this far before going back. I really hope he can reach this point and doesn't waste his time with that bridge. Otherwise I'm going to need a second missionary hut. I think they're slightly undesirable neighbors.
There's malnutrition everywhere, yet no food to treat it.
I'm working on it, sunshine. Well, I'm not, but I will be very soon. I'm going to need a lot of fishing to get that food, and I'm also going to need industry here. There's a lot I need. And the damn missionary needs to walk over there and take care of it for me. I think I'll start designing this already, right? A granary is going to be needed. This is an all fish all the time granary. And then what happens over here? Well, a lot of wharfing, that's to be sure. Mighty wharfing power Romans or something to that effect. There's a lot more of these that I can build, but I want my basic shape figured out here. Something like that. Where are we going to get our workers? There's going to have to be a road that goes along here one way or another. Suppose it comes down, that way it hits all the wharfing points here. So somewhere along all this we end up with housing. It's going to be monstrously undesirable living here, so I feel for these poor sods. Well, I feel a little bit for these poor sods. I could actually have them living here. Or here. Actually, no, I couldn't have them living here. That's not an eligible spot right there. This doesn't seem outlandish. You know, I could possibly even put a loop around here, right? That way, anybody that walks around here is going to end up rubbing against the houses here. It does get in the way of any potential service building that they could get, though. And desirability for this person is going to be rough as all heck. Is there any chance of getting off of here? Ooh, that's not an implausible bridge. Or is it? Hold on. That is implausible. This area doesn't go anywhere. Damn, that's a shame. That would be a really nice exit point to get fish over on this side. What is our exit point for fish on that side? The ship bridge doesn't work here. Nothing works there. So it's probably going to be like a double low bridge here. That could be problematic. But it's not like you can't get there. You can take a long way around. It's not the end of the world. So basically, I will probably want this area free. Yeah. Gosh, that is a nightmare for these poor people living here. And even their positioning is really bad. It's kind of funny in a way. Well, whatever. We can't all get everything. And in your case, you're not really getting anything. But there we go. We'll pretend that we're doing something for you. Right, so in time this is going to be full of fishermen. This will be full of fish, and these people get their food. I'll probably put a shipyard. Oh gosh, where do I put a shipyard? It's a very undesirable building, but I can't put... Oh, I could put it right there. That's funny. That's really, really funny. So we're going to do it. That shipyard will be protected by this this engineer, and it will work because it gets labor access here, and it'll send the boats all the way around to start working on those docks. It's a monstrously undesirable neighbor, but that's these people's problem, not mine. There's 81 to 19% in the predictions, and rightfully so. I'm a living god when it comes to Caesar. Now, the gods are going to be very unhappy by me not placating them in any real way. We'll deal with that.
I'm so glad to be Roman. You should see what these barbarians get up to in their huts.
Look at that pathetic range on his walk, though. If he doesn't get his arse up here, I'm really going to need to build a second one, which I don't want to, because it's 100 denarii and 20 workers. Oh, he is going up here. That's good, because then we can see that the natives suddenly think twice about their barbarous ways. He does not affect this... Oh, he does. Oh, he's got a longer range than I thought. Just get there and we're okay. Oh, that's wonderful news. He doesn't go the full way, but that's fine. That means all of this is just glorious. I can start building everything. Which includes a 2x2 here, a 2x2 here, a 2x2 here, 2x2 here, 2x2 here. I want this to be very dense on housing, as I often do. You might feel like I always do. This is a bit of a lost cause, but we knew that going into it. 2x2, 2x2, 2x2. 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 You're not chimping out, are you? Oh, you're close to it, but not quite. They won't be thrilled about what I'm doing here, but too bad. 2x2. Okay, I take back what I said about the mergers. Some of these are amazing. I can even have you over here. And then have you here. As long as you have somewhat road access. I can fix that road access later. Rather than having 2x2 here, I could actually put 2x2 here. Which would be cooler. I like cool. Don't waste your time with that. Doesn't really free up that much, but in a way it does. Yeah, because I can 2x2 there. We're going to have a lot of housing here, which is good because housing density, especially when those houses are paying taxes, is phenomenally good for the state. And what's good for the state is good for me, because I am the state. At least until Caesar comes in like a wrecking ball and reminds us about the pecking order. But until that horrible day comes, all is well. So let's absolutely flood this with people, get our fish flowing, and get our economy going. That economy part doesn't seem to be happening with any great speed now, does it? Olive farms are desirable neighbors. Thinking about it, 2 of these will fulfill all of our demands, right? This is an invasion point, that's worth keeping in mind. So I will also want some mediocre defense around here. Just contemplating how this build goes for a moment. It's going to be something like, but not necessarily this. And then we're going to need, once these are ready, we'll have workshops for oil, put it into a warehouse, and then we'll start building up our industrial district. Probably going to go into debt, but when do I not? Oh, speaking of which, what's our salary? Amazing! I actually got the promotion to clerk. But I don't want to pay myself a salary. I want to have a better run when it comes to my imperial favor. And paying yourself a lower salary than you're entitled to makes Caesar look at you more favorably. Would it be possible to make a map where defeating Caesar is the goal? Kind of. You could make it so that the player has no demands, so Caesar always gets angry, or you could give them impossible demands from Caesar, and then Caesar will get angry and invade you, and you have to deal with those invasions. The thing is, Caesar's invasions aren't very difficult to deal with because they're very, very predictable. You know that he's always going to arrive from the road to Rome. You know that he's going to attack you with heavy infantry, so you can meet him with a equal number of heavy infantry backed up with prefects, gladiators, lion people, towers with ballista, and you just shoot them to shreds. Some people have made maps where you automatically destroy Caesar. You've got an automated system of towers to just blow him out the sky, which is pretty cool to see. What was that doot-doot anyway? The gods are unhappy. I'm well aware the gods are unhappy. But at least now I know some gaps where I can put in my god mood improvers. That's 1, 2... Not sure I want you there, but I might. You are nice and desirable. But you do get in the way of some nice watering. Put it there anyway. Actually relatively low on nice places to put these, but that'll do for now. There's a lot of people I want in, a lot of industry I want operational as soon as possible. Hopefully these people never lose their chilled outness from the missionary, because if they do, I'm in trouble. And I'm going to start raising my poor city, which I don't want to happen. Do we know the enemies? Yeah, they're local barbarians. And there are a lot of invasion points, so I need to be ready for that. And I do also need to start thinking about my industry already. The dock will be here. The oil workshops, I need 3 of them. 2, I suppose, will do for now. There will be a wharf here, because I can export fish, and it seems foolhardy not to, if given the opportunity, and we are given the opportunity. This is how they get labor access. This thing needs to be placated. But I say needs to, it's not a very strict need currently. Maybe what I want, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Honestly, that works fine. But I suppose I want the extra space for more buildings, potentially. Everybody should be able to make that loot no problem and get access to employees no problem. Let's make sure nothing bursts into flames. Put down a couple of warehouses, lickety-split. One of them's going to accept just the meat. This one is going to get oil, and it will later accept probably marble. Start working on those mergers. Jake loves mergers. He's practically addicted to them. The population grows. That's a nice reminder that those gods aren't going to remain happy forever. And the amount of fish we have is slowly building up. Constant demand on our shipyard to produce ships for these places, which is good. Keep our people working hard. The oil is being pressed. The oil does need to go into a warehouse. That warehouse is probably just going to be here, you know, away from the people, because warehouses are quite undesirable neighbors. Here you go. All you take is the oil. You will get the oil. You will sell the oil. I actually feel like I'm a little slow in my exports here. Maybe I should have considered immediately gunning for the exports rather than thinking about taxation, which I have been thinking about. That's why I'm planning on feeding these people. We cannot produce a lot of weapons. But fortunately, due to these natives specifically being placated, we can use this to get our weapons industry online. Got to be a little bit careful about getting labor access, but not causing issues for whatever this ends up being. Haven't decided what it'll be yet. I also need to be a little bit careful not to block access into this whole loop. Which is kind of what I've done. Almost to the point where I don't want this to exist. Especially when I could have an oracle here instead. Do I just delete this? Keep this as the entry point? The thing is, walkers have to be able to get from here to this loop somehow. And I've currently blocked off most of the ways in. Really, I've only left this. Okay, I need to leave that open. What a shame, because this is almost certainly going to be a market. These weapon workshops are hardly going to be the most desirable thing known to man. But that's fine. Just gotta stay away from the angry natives. Debt anniversary, you say? And let's make sure none of this explodes either. Give it a nice engineer.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
I will try, Toga boy. But I reckon I'm going to be in debt at the end of the year because I got nothing to sell. I haven't opened any trade routes anyway. If the people playing this with the quality of life thing are veteran players, shouldn't the warehouse by default reject all? Ho ho! That would be a gameplay change, so maybe some people would be opposed to that. And you know what, now that I think about it, every single time I put down a warehouse, I always whang reject all on it. Because you almost never want a warehouse that accepts everything. Just causes you headache and heartache. I don't know, I find it easy to be happy with what I've got. Maybe I shouldn't be putting these things down. Maybe I should be making a somewhat of an attempt to get through this year without being in debt. But it's not happening. Debt is accruing. Oh, I haven't even thought about watering these people, and in fact, by putting down the road network here the way I did, I have gone and caused myself some issues. I want a reservoir here. I can get a reservoir here. And I'll probably want a reservoir around here-ish. I do this way too often for my own good. I completely forget about my needs for water. Because I'm so focused on where my people go. Right, who does this not deal with anyway? Yeah, it deals with most of you. Some of the ones that are a bit further away, though, can be dealt with you, no problem. That only leaves this area. I need water there some way, somehow. And that would deal with it. There are a few ways to deal with it. Alright, but let's get everybody in and merged first.
Depois de longo dia de trabalho, eu só quero assistir uma peça de teatro ou uma luta.
Jake, does your city have defenses against the generic memory-enhanced bears? The bears? Let's not talk about the bears. Has it been a year already, by the way, or did we start in 31 BC? I think we started in 31 BC. I am going to need prefects up the wazoo, but that comes with quite an early cost. And I don't know where I'm going to be attacked from. Yeah, there, or there. I suppose this is the most vulnerable point, but them coming in straight down here is also a big problem. I don't know, we got plenty of problems. What I could do is gatehouse this off. Something like that. At least then the Blue Pants tribe might be encouraged to take a different route if they even come this way. Let's keep it in mind. Okay, Caesar's unhappy, unsurprisingly so, because I went into debt and I'm still going to be in debt at the turn of the year. This could get pretty bad. We just don't have industry currently. And the amount that we can export is very low indeed. Oh well, we'll try what we can. I'm going to want another one of these to go and get the weapons. And then when we can, we get exporting those. Right, I am at the point where I have way too much fish. So we need to start caring about, well, merging all of these so that I can evolve all of these so that I can bring them up to hovel status and start taxing them. Tax their togas off, as I like to say. I should also ask myself, is this everything that I'm going to have in terms of housing here, or am I going to squeeze any more in? So we'll do a quick check to see how we feel about that. Desirability is going to be a pain, but I know that. Doesn't look to be a lot more space to even get any more of them in, but let's have a quick count. Going around the outside, starting here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on, why am I even counting this? We have a tool for this. If I was willing to delete these houses, which I am, what we can do is we can delete those. Say hello to Nikki.
I've been thrown out on my own. I've got nowhere to live.
Our city is nothing but small tents. So we know that we have 42 small tents. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them up here. 42 minus 6 is some incalculable number, but let's assume it's 36. 36 over here doesn't seem unreasonable. Especially since I can chip away at some of these temples to make space for other demands. So we're going to slam down a reservoir here. And we're going to start watering our plebes and getting them food. The market will be here. The market will also be here. So they're quick and easy to get their fish. And they should go around here and bring everybody up to hobble status. Could further have a market here, and I will. At some point, they're going to need access to pottery. Which means somewhere there needs to be warehouse space. Rather frustratingly, this place works, but it's where my missionary is. So what would a reasonable governor do? He'd probably put it here, even though it's disastrously undesirable. Has to go somewhere, though. Here's another option. Anyway, we can worry about that once we're trying to get to hovel stage. Watch my favorite tank all the way down to something like 29, because I'm in debt at the turn of the year. Market lady is going to get the first batch of fish, which is good. Very good. I'll be ready with all that. Whoops, no, do not build that. This guy has not been placated yet. And he needs to be placated. There. I hope he didn't get annoyed by that, because he looks pretty annoyed. Yep. Oh, mistakes were made. Even though I immediately undid it whilst paused, he still chimped out. Okay, don't worry about it though. We're starting to get our first batches of goods made. Oh, favor's actually at 31. It didn't collapse as hard as I thought it would. Unlike that house. There. Well, at least the food is coming in. Put a market between the dock and the house roads. Between the dock and the house road? You mean a market here? I don't like that idea. Yeah, okay. Some of the people were still coming over to that slot. Fair enough. The natives can be quite vindictive for a long time. It's kind of why I get cheesed off with maps that just put natives bloody everywhere like this. Marek was really bad for doing that. because they become very much an annoyance. I'm more worried about these local raiders. I think Baron had a hard time with them. And I'm also concerned about how little money I have and how much exporting I need to do. We need to get these things up to hobble and taxed very, very quickly. I will slam down a forum... Ooh, I guess here. Hopefully he doesn't waste his time going across that bridge, but he might. They have religion, they have food, I'll be able to get them hovel, no problem. But we do need to get them to hovel. I need this filled in so that we have all of our mergers for all of our watering. And then everyone can evolve the way we need them to. Good to see the markets are stocked full of fish. We're going to need a lot of fish. I thought, yeah, I had a trick for removing natives, but Julius fixed it, and they stealth fixed it. They didn't put it anywhere in the change logs that I can find that they removed the ability. Well, maybe it's somewhere deep in the change logs, but it wasn't in the main spiel.
Det här är ju som betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt.
att det är slöseri med min tid.
Stop telling me about the me and team. I'm going to need more fish, but not now. Maybe a little bit later. There was something I just about wanted to check, and what was it? You're not getting the weapons yet. Wait, where's the fish? Why have you not actually given me any fish? This place accepts meat. The dock is here, the boat is there. Why is there no meat being delivered to the warehouse? Can't imagine any pathing issues to get to a fishing point. How bizarre. I don't have an explanation for it. Very strange. Right, you're in, you're merged. I need to start watering everybody on the double. Unfortunately, I will need this reservoir here in order to water those folks. But a fountain here will water tons of you. A fountain here will water many of you. Now that takes care of virtually everybody, and that's not a lot of fountains. Boom, look at him go. That one doesn't actually get water. Woe is me. Woe are my womans. That'll do it. Which means my earlier assessment of this fountain was incorrect. That'll take care of you. Certainly I'm smoking that debt pretty hard. Let's get those bits of oil, bits of fish, and slivers of weapons exported. What's the gimmick of this map? Local raiders with no good way to get rid of them. Oh boy, I am in super debt here. And I haven't even worked on my defenses. This could be quite bad. This is likely to be quite bad. And the economy at the start of this is really tight. Tighter than I thought. Maybe what I do is I wait for the natives to jump me, and then we see what we can do. But we have problems here, very notable problems. Lots of people coming in, and I need to giga tax them. We have no money, so we need to change the no money part. Why is this dock not fishing? The fishing boat's just sitting there and not actually visiting the fishing point. I wonder if the fishing point has been erroneously placed so that it's actually not a legal position from there. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a fishing dock just fail like this. Let me rebuild the bloody thing. See if that helps. Is concerning though, because part of my idea here was to export this fish. I need to place gardens so that everybody is desirable enough to evolve, despite the obvious costs to me. I think it's just that you don't have food there yet. Right, well, we sold much of everything. It's not good enough, though. It's close to being good enough, but the production rates need to step up. Well, I say that. Oh, that's bad news. I'm glad we sold much of the oil before that, but that is very bad news. That's much less money to be made. There's too much unemployment, and that's going to become an increasing problem for me, because I need to keep unemployment low for my people to pay me my taxes that I am due. At least we're seeing lots and lots of hovels. Hovels sounds bad, but they do pay their taxes. Something more desirable here would help. I can't shove gardens. This dock doesn't work. That's a big problem, actually. Is there anywhere else I could put the dock around here and get me those fish? Why does this dock not work? I don't actually understand. And I usually understand such things. Here's the warehouse. The warehouse accepts meat. Here's the dock. The boat won't go fishing. I'm actually going to look at that for a moment. Let me hold off here. DDR Jake, and this is land reform. Donk. What is going on with that? My best guess is that the fishing point is somehow in a poor place. Ah! The fishing point was put on land. Oh, that is going to bug it out. Yeah, so the fishing boat thinks, where's the closest fishing point? It's here. Oh, I can't get here because it's land instead of sea. And then it just blue screens. Ah, that is a damn shame. That isn't something I can fix without restarting the map. Because if I'd known this ahead of time, I would have just gone and done something like that. And then suddenly it's on the waters. Yeah, we can't catch land fish. The capybaras are beyond us. Ooh, that is awkward. There's probably a way to hex edit a save file to change fishing point locations, but that's a little bit beyond me. Okay, that has made things very awkward. There's a good chance that fishing point, that wharves here won't work either. Can you terraform and make that water? No, that's not possible. It's fairly early into the map. I am actually quite tempted to fix that and then restart the map. Because that's going to break fishing point here and here as well, I think. Yeah, I think fair is fair. Right, here's what we do then. We're going to come out of that. We're going to go to the editor. We're going to load land reform. And I think the least invasive change that we could possibly do is just move that fishing point. Donk. Just 2 tiles away. And then it will work. Okay, but I don't want to look at anything else in this map, otherwise I might spoil knowledge. Land reform version... I'll just call it DDR Jake. Fish fix. I do this every bloody time. That's weird. This does insert by default. I often capitalize A after holding down shift. I don't know why. Just such a reaction. There we go. And then I guess we're not doing that. We're going to the construction kit and going back. Oh man, now I gotta restart. Oh well. At least we know what we did and we just do it again fast, right? Which was get rid of you. The funny thing is that because I've gone and remade the save, some seeded things are going to be changed. Not really anything that we've seen so far, but it will change the dates for things. Jake defeated by capybaras. Kindwin in the lose lobby says, I feel cheated. Did we lose? Haven't lost yet. Can you reread the spiel if there was one for that? I missed the opening. Well, I could, I suppose, but I don't want to. That's not it. That is it. There we go. I'm sure you can pause and quickly read that. I often reread the spiel at the end, but if I reread the spiel every time it was asked during a run, I'd be doing nothing but reading spiels. Okay, gosh, it was actually a bit demotivating having to go and fix that. Starting from the start in a Caesar map is always a bit deflating. But that's okay, all the more reason to just get it done fast, right? Do we ever fail? The mapmaker failed. Is he part of the we? No. No, the we is me, and I suppose you. And I don't see Joss V in chat. Also, if you're in chat, Joss V, don't say anything. I don't want to fail again. I've done too much failing of late. Right, trying to remember how and what I built, and the bigger pain I'll be getting around the native issue. Oh gosh, what in the world did I build again? I've forgotten. I think I dragged you down here and along here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Did I bring it out like this? Oh my days, I can't remember what I built. I know it went up here for a bit. It's like a Bob Ross painting. You can't paint exactly the same thing twice, right? Except you totally could. I remember I didn't infringe on you much. I think I went out like this. And then it was 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, blip. And then probably down to this. I think it went down with a little knuckle like that. Maybe he prettied up the map at the end and by mistake painted over the fish spot. That seems about the most likely action right there. Okay, okay. Oh, here's a fun thing. The merger points will they have changed, actually? I don't know at what point do the merger points get made. Probably when you paint the ground, so the merger points might not have changed at all. Let's see, they have a range of 3, right? So the risk of native comes out thus far. So this is safe. It's very safe. Yeah, pretty sure I was able to put another merger there, so maybe. Yeah, I actually think it has changed. Is that true? I think I'm going mad. No, because what I did was this. Maybe the merger points are fine and the same. If that's the case, then hopefully the mission post can still walk his good route by going from there. And then we continue to get our fine womans in. And I do think it was still a good idea to get some initial labor in here, even though I ended up deleting them quite early. Let's just get some fine Romans in. Because that means I can very quickly have my missionary dispatch these upstarts. Jake, okay, however, said it I made warehouses and granaries default to none. I don't think you can paint over fish spot. I think fish spots are markers atop terrain. Sure. I don't know what you're getting at, but sure. Yeah, defaulting to things that you just always do does make sense in a quality of life, doesn't it? So... I think some people might object to the granary zone, but honestly, I don't care. I've done much of a dog in this fight. Quality of life, good. That's about as far as my thinking goes. Good, get in here. I do them one at a time, because if you try and merge all of them at once, they might still merge in unpleasant ways if the merger point is shared. Meantime now, though, let's build up all we reasonably can. Which is not you, but it is you. In what could be regarded as a bit of cheatery chokery, I do have the knowledge now that I should probably make my exports a bit faster than I did last time. As in, sooner than I worked on my... hold on, that is not a good place for you to be. Sooner than I worked on my food, that's for sure. Because the export crumbles in no time. Come on, go up this way, Walker Man. I need you to placate these natives. It's of vital importance. That's pretty good. Donk, donk, donk. It's like Roy Donk 69. Who we definitely all remember. And I believe I mentioned something about a reservoir here being good and that I forgot about it and I won't forget again. Although, truly, I don't need it that quickly. I can work on that in due time. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, donk. We're gonna need our iron mines here. I can make it a little less awkward by not having it stick out so much. Just gotta be very, very, very careful not to infringe on the natives' lands. Because you do that with even just one little tickle on a corner of what they consider to be their own land and they all rise up against you. It's like that scene in A Bug's Life where the ants get crushed, or was it the grasshoppers? The grasshopper gets crushed by all those seeds. What about 1,000,000? Good moment. Alright, there we go. Jake, I honestly thought you might have lost last attempt with a big debt and no income, no fish export either. Nah. I had it in the bag. I just wanted to rise the tension. How do these people get labor access? I think my idea was that there's going to be housing here and here. Oops, not that. And here, I think. I mean, what else is this space going to be doing? Thinking I would lose. I mean, come on, Sudazima. Had everything in the bag. Just the bag had a few holes in it. Best of luck in the map, says Palmar. Gotta go to work. Working on a... I think it's Wednesday. Working on a Wednesday? How can this be? I should probably be slamming down all of my housing here. No need for second guessing. Do I even want a 2-spot here? The problem with having already built something is now I'm like, oh, how did I have it? When that's not what I should be thinking. I should still be thinking, hey, there's room for improvement on whatever nonsense I did. So let's try not to think like that. Just slam in all of these people. Did I want to keep this 2x2 for something? I usually like keeping my 2x2s, even if it's a nice merger spot. This kind of gets in the way. Yeah, in the end, I do need to keep some places for services. Services are suffering here. The city needs more workers. And then there's this area, which I don't remember being this unpleasant. All of this area here I don't remember being so unpleasant. Maybe my line or my road came out a little differently before? That doesn't seem right. Oh well. Like I said, shouldn't be thinking about what was before, I should think about what's to come. But I am still thinking, where in the world is this warehouse going to go down the line? So I've covered it a million times, but the reason I'm building the way I'm building is the northern tile on a 2x2, if it's on one of these blue spots, it will cause it to merge, like these ones did here. And mergers, 99% of the time, are good for you. So I want them. And then the question might be, well, when are they not good for you? They're good when your prosperity demands are low. I'm going to keep this for an oracle. Because a merged house consumes the same amount of pottery and furniture as a non-merged house. But it fits 4 times the population. So I'm sure you can already imagine how that's good news for you. Probably want to keep this for desirability booster, given how things look. 1, 2, 1, 2, dunk. There we go. Right, let's get those goods flowing. We need to get exports on the double. I often wonder how much Twitch traffic is propped up by people who are working from home. It would never be me. That's one thing I can't really do. I can't watch a Twitch stream while I'm working. I think I did try it one time, right? Who was it that I was watching play? Ah, that's right. In the middle of my archipelago, I ended up watching Fishy play for a little bit. Right, so we will need that shipyard. And this time what we're going to have it focus on is getting us this wharf operational so that the dock I have is actually going to be exporting that fish. I think in the end I decided we'd be coming down a little closer here, is that right? Gonna want to leave this space for a reservoir, I assume. Ooh, that's actually not a bad 3x3 for a warehouse there. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't quite work. Bummer. Yeah, well, there's plenty of reservoir. Not reservoir, the other thing. Warehouse spots there. You know, one way or another, we got to get those fish in here this time. Somewhere the engineer needs to go. The no explodey building. There we go. Prevent the explodies. I'll give you a bit more labor access. When there's just a single tile, the walker usually just appears for a split second and then disappears. And then while all this is going on, I do need to placate those gods. 1 god, 2 god, 3 god, 4 god, 5 god. Yeah, good enough. Really good desirability on these. It's not a huge amount, but the range is 6 tiles, which is the longest any building can have for a range. Yeah, back in the days when I was working in security, oh, I did so much. Alright, we'll just save over the last save. Land reform, it no longer exists. Saddening, but it had to go. At least now my fishing boat shouldn't blue screen. That's odd. Some people had played this map. I'm surprised nobody noticed the fishing point over land before. Maybe people just didn't fish in this area? Who's to say? Not I. Curious if this is all of the housing we're going to get. What do we have last time? Like 36 of them. Here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So there's definitely room for more. I know where I could put them. The question is, do I want to put them? The answer is not always. But I could quite happily put one of them here. This space is a little awkward. I mean, it's pretty good for a whole host of buildings, but it's still quite awkward. What I actually will probably do is just get rid of you. This might seem savage, but this is actually a good place for an amphitheater and a warehouse, these two 3x3s here. Yeah, and I think it's better to have fewer but higher quality housing, so goodbye, Nikki.
I've been thrown out of my home.
Yes, we're all celebrating. I feel like celebrating. Alright, so that actually reduces the amount of housing, but if I can bring them up to a small insulae and they pay giga taxes to me, then all is well. All these unwanted Romans wishing for the day they can eat smelly fish with the barbarians. Well, what we can do is get them to work. The oil pressers must flow. 1, 2... I'll just build them all. 3, 4. Well, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. That money's running thin. Very quickly. Risk of natives. It's not bad. 1, 2... Don't particularly want to build that there. They are very undesirable buildings, but there we go. Just get them all done. And get the warehouses. We're going to need those too. Just wang it in over there. Safely away from these people. Accepting the furniture. I believe this space was made for a reservoir. Which means I've wasted a bunch of space here, but whatever. I won't lose sleep over it. Wasted rather a lot of space there by putting you here. Well, I won't bother changing that just yet. There we go. That way I can shove you in here. So I guess I will change it. Alright, you've got your fishy thing coming over. The question is, do I start on the fish production? I'm thinking no. Debt is too much of an ever-present concern, so let's be very wise. Wiser than David Wise. And instead we shall focus on getting our crummy industry operational first. And it is pretty crummy. Population milestone. Love to see it. No, I don't want you there. Stop building that. I think multiple times I've built that erroneously. Just trying to get all the mergers that I can right now. Love putting 2x2 mergers in unorthodox places. Just feels good. But the people are flowing in, as well they should. And the first little drop of fish is there. I wonder if that's actually going to be enough fish production. It's kind of slow. But I think it's going to be enough to fulfill all of our needs. So I'm going to open up Athens already. I know it's money I don't really have. But the sooner I get selling this fish, the sooner I can fulfill this year's trade quota.
You got through those funds quickly.
Oh, that's right, Caesar. Oops. I will put myself to no salary. And it only makes sense to give the money back. If I held on to it, it could be considered an exploit. Because I took that money without Caesar being unhappy about it. But it came from the city, so if I put it back to the city, then actually nothing has happened. So much Caesar 3 says, look, Shaden, I know I'm on a C3 bender. I think it'll calm down soon-ish, but not yet. There are still quite a few maps on the backlog that I'm keen to check out. Fun employment grows. My food does not. The warehouses are going to be needed at some point. Might as well make now that some point. So you please get weapons, and you please get the oil. And once we have that over here, we will ship it out ASAP. Caesar thinks very little of my fiscal planning. Looking forward to getting rid of these, which I probably will soon. I'll start by getting rid of you. I'd really like to start building up my food, but I need to do some exports first, or else I'm going to be in hot water. But all the oil places are starting to work for me. There's an argument to be said for bulking up the initial production, so instead of having 2 mines, have 3. Because although 2 already overproduces, it needs to make up for the first year's lack of production. But I think that's going to be a moot point, so we're not going to get that stuff sold this year anyway. The getting warehouses don't seem to get until there's more than 4 in their destination. But let's get it, let's sell it, and let's... Oh, hang on. I know there are only 2 bits of fish, but are you actually going to sell 3? 179... No, I don't think you did. No. What they can do, however, is that they can sell...
Another successful voyage.
They can sell more than the quota sometimes. If a boat comes along and they've bought 14 out of 15 fish, they'll actually buy 3 more instead of 1 more. So you can go slightly above quota on export. Yeah, there's the extra fish. Alright, as soon as we have weapons and or oil for selling, you better believe we'll be selling. I really want to build up my food industry though, but it's going to come at a huge cost. I need to dip out of debt before I do anything like that. Doesn't stop me planning though. Planning is always good. Plans are useless, but planning is something. We know there's going to be a rhododendron coming along here. And it probably leaves this way. This is easier to plan when the wharves are already placed, you know. And then somewhere... I was considering a loop here. Now I'm wondering if a loop is a good idea. If I'm going to be looping anyway, then the 2x2 could go elsewhere. And it is my ultimate plan to put a low bridge here and here so that later on these people can have loads of fish. That said, couldn't they just get their own fish? I could put a wharf here, 2 wharves here, and another wharf here, and another wharf here. That's 5 wharves. That's quite a bit of fish. If I had a modest amount of Grand Insulae here, or if I was feeding patricians, that would be plenty. Population goal is only 5,600. There's much to consider about that. Over here, it wouldn't be too difficult to feed a lot more people on fruit. Yeah, so I reckon what we do is we have the high-level fruit that goes down to the small insulae dwellers on the bottom area, and then over here we can have patricians and or grand villas. Part of the problem, though, is that wheat gets imported by sea. And the wheat would have quite a distance to go if it had to go all the way around here to feed them. If it could take a little shortcut here, that would be handy. So the question is, do or do I not want to bridge across here? It's not an easy question to answer, but it does have profound consequences to the design of the city. And it's not a question I want to answer right now. What I can do is that. Now we've got a little 2x2 here for whatever they want. I don't know, a market or something. And then we can see what access to goods there or services they get. But I'll probably never be able to overcome the undesirability here. Yeah, I can stack a lot of gardens, but there's no room for plaza, of course. And I guess we could start with a modest bit of fishing. But I want to get myself out of debt before September. So we're waiting on that oil and those weapons to be picked up. They're on their way for them, though, which is a good start. So let's be sure that we are exporting all of that oil. I tried to make something work there, but it didn't. And I'll open up that trade route when it looks like I have the money to open up that trade route, or I have the weapons at the ready. April was Bad Games Month, featuring Caesar 3 on Sierra series. Feels like it's been a bad game half year so far. I was reflecting on the last time we even had a long play vote, and it was about 6 months ago, maybe more. I think it was last October, actually.
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza, muito bem cuidadas.
That damn
Garantia, ó,
beleza.
PR.
Brelix sure loves to talk. Trying to get a finger on how we're doing on the exports here. It's February, we only shipped out 3. That said, it's probably okay. Probably okay. A lot of fishing to be done for these folks. There go the weapons, and there's the oil. Next trade ship that comes in. Hopefully take care of that. Is it still nebulous how the game chooses to dispatch, or what number of traders it chooses to dispatch for you? Because I was reading up about Dunkill Oasis, and there were talks about how such and such place only dispatches these many traders, and that can be very frustrating in its own way. I shouldn't have built that. What am I thinking? I need to get out of debt before I do any building projects.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Right, the oil that you buy probably won't be enough to get me out of debt currently. Which is a bad bit of news. Pretty cool how they divide up, you know, you get the oil, you get the fish, then there's more oil, and I'm just barely not out of debt. However, there is another batch of oil coming, and there's more fish, so the next batch of oil gets sold, and then we're going to open up the trade route for the weapons. More weapons are coming back. I need to shift these weapons on the double, though. But yeah, I want to be out of debt so that I don't debt anniversary on Caesar. A cool term from Pharaoh, actually. Ooh, somewhat frustrating is I need to keep this path open. Or I need to keep some path over here open, or else the getting warehouses won't be able to get. I could actually low bridge here. I don't think there's any penalty to low bridging here. The fish don't use it for... the fishing boats wouldn't use it to go there. They'd still want to go over there. Although there is a chance that someone here might want to fish there, so they go the long way around. But I think overall it's worth it so that I can... so that I can what? I can't exactly put housing here. And I wouldn't want to put a service building because I'd have 2 different roads. Maybe I do just keep it open. It's not costing me that much. Okay, here comes the trading boat.
Here. I love a good deal.
At this point, I think it's actually worthwhile to open up Corinthus, even though it puts me further into debt. There's so many weapons available that I can make a profit on that to dig myself out of debt. Did ancient Rome have harbour cranes? According to the things that I've seen, yes. And I've seen a bit more than just Caesar. Please buy this oil before it crashes in price. Since oil crashed in price, I think it's a fair assessment that weapons will crash in price as well. So let's shift what we can while we can. And then we need to very swiftly transition to a taxing economy. Taxing is in...
If it was up to me,
oh, bollocks.
I wouldn't sail this way. This city never buys anything or sells anything.
Forgot to tell him to actually buy my weapons. Now we're in serious risk of debt anniversary. September, June, July, August, September. I need to get up here in a couple of months and buy those weapons, laddie. Uh-oh. Oh, that mistake could really cost me. Well, it's already July. I don't really have more oil to sell, do I? Oh, I might do. Where's the cart pusher? The cart pusher's on its way back with some oil. As long as a boat actually spawns now-ish, we might be able to get out of...
I can't wait.
Okay, it's the oil guy. Come on, oil.
I love a good deal.
Come on, oil. I do not have time for this. Toga Boy's gonna have my guts for garters. Oh no! What a time for oil to collapse. Quickly now. Quicker than that. Okay, we're in the black. With days to spare, we're in the black, so Caesar won't completely chimp out on me. But the real problem is if the weapons also collapse before I've sold all that, that's a lot of lost money. Also, I need that boat to come back and actually buy the things. Because it's not going to get more weapons right now. That mistake actually cost me in a lot of ways, forgetting to actually mark my weapons for selling.
Wait to do some trading here. I love a good.
Because the guy isn't getting the weapons right now. I could speed it up marginally by having you, for now, go and get some weapons. Just to bring more weapons over here quickly. So I might need that. But yeah, they only send one boat at a time, quite infrequently.
I love a good deal.
Yes. Oh, good. Buy those weapons. Yes. Oh, money. And now he's going out to get more weapons. Okay, now I should spend money before Caesar starts thinking I'm sitting on so much dosh that he can take way more in tribute than he deserves. So we're going to begin building up the food infrastructure. Market up. Get those fish. Get the water for my people. Now, let's not build there until this place is missionified. I can have you 2 away, build you there, and be fine, right? Yeah, I guess I will then. That actually allows me to put a fountain over here. Right, how are we watering these lads anyway? Fountain. Fountain. I think I said I wanted this for a couple of 3x3s, so fountain there doesn't make the world's most sense. Maybe a fountain here does, though. And then somewhere to water you, freaks. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Provided the reservoir can reach you, and there's no reason it can't. Once these people get placated, at least.
Greetings. My teaching of Rome's benefits seems to be sinking into these rather frightening barbarians.
They're not very nice, are they? Let's do what we can for desirability. This tent hates living amongst other tents and a shipyard. And how are we doing on those weapon exports? We've done 8 out of 15. I want to do 15 out of 15. There is... okay, 2 loads are coming back. That's 8. 8 and 8 is 16. So we will potentially beat that. As long as he doesn't come too soon. But I also want him to arrive this year. So I need my my weapon man coming along this month. And once you get that weapons, please no longer get more weapons.
I can't wait to
Wrong
do some
ship.
trading here. I love a good deal.
That's not the right ship. Need the ship that buys the weapons this year, not next. Alright, native man is no longer ready to chimp out on me, so we can water everything. And then we need to work on our taxation policy, which is everybody pays taxes all the time, render unto the governor, which is me. And I'll increase desirability as we see fit, and we're probably going to see fit over there because it's next to a disgusting reservoir. People don't like living next to reservoirs.
Another successful voyage. The
Damn it,
profit of
the
this
weapons
place
people didn't
makes
come
the
again.
seasickness.
So I actually lost
can't
out on a
wait to
lot
do
of
some
money.
trading here. I love a good deal.
8 times 180 denarii I lost because I wasn't able to shift these last year. Or this year, it's about to be next year. Oh, no, it's surely just about to become December. Yeah, there we go. All of that money just sitting around. Oh, I feel bad about that. We'll make it now, but I would have preferred to make it during our last quota. Caesar took off of me 240 tribute, which isn't the end of the world, but we need to get taxing on the double, because that cost me dearly. I also need to work on my defense, but the defense is going to be what chews up the unemployment. Yeah, I could have really done with an extra 1,000 denarii for what I'm about to do now, but whatever. We're going to pay people lots of money. We're going to tax people all the remaining money. And we're going to sink this money into... Well, part of it will be indeed on food production. But I do need quite a lot on defense. I don't remember if prefects walk through gatehouses in order to engage the enemy. Truly can't remember. But we will need something resembling a prefect defense. Shouldn't have too much trouble getting labor access. I feel like they do walk through gatehouses. Through gatehouses to engage. But let's just try and keep ourselves safe like that. I'm going to need some marble at some point so I can build oracles. Desirability is, of course, one concern, but there are others. This would have been a nice place for an oracle, and I went and just shoved it with shacks. Alright, well, so be it. Yeah, desirability around here is going to be a bit of a nightmare as well. Oh well, that is my problem to solve. Gardens forgive a multitude of sins. Remember, all I'm looking for right now are the hovels. Hovels is a priority. Now, what do I do about attacks that come in from here or here? If they come in from over here, then are they even a concern? Because they have to go all the way over here. Given that there's an invasion point here and here, it's actually more of a consideration to make sure that my defenses here are better. And my defenses here are dour. Let's get rid of this nonsense. I don't need these trees with any great hurry. And I'm pretty sure I can timber yard along here anyway. Yeah, these are forested, raised bits of land. Money is disappearing like nobody's business, even with these weapons being sold. I want this for more housing, but currently the needs of my defense are pretty high. Don't want to make it too far for these prefects to walk, and I really don't want to infringe on this land, which the native considers his own. I don't want to dedicate my its own native placation hut, but I could put one here and placate most of these guys. In fact, maybe one centrally placed one can placate all of them, provided he walks where I need him to walk, which I don't think would be too tough. Alright, let's play a game, shall we? Oh wait, crap, I only have a PlayStation 3. The game is you walk to these locations and placate all of them. And then I have far fewer things to worry about.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
Hitting this one, yeah, is probably beyond what you can do. But as long as you get over here to this square, you'll placate them, and then I'll have more free flow to defend my city here. And that's going to make it a bit easier to put up. I'm trying to think how the defense would be. Perhaps, rather than extending out, what I could do is have a more central defense. So we end up having gatehouses, blonk, blonk, and blonk, and then a more centralized police force that walks around. But I don't know, labor access, range, it's all a consideration. Oh, it turns that way again. Yeah, walkers are a nightmare. I often talk about how much I don't like the walker system in this game. I don't have a viable alternative, but I still think it's pretty bad. I'm just going to shove an amphitheater here anyway, and going to need some desirability for these poor folks anyway, and an amphitheater is actually a desirable neighbour. In time, I'll get rid of this shipyard as well. I have to remember, I am taxing these people, and whilst I am making a valiant attempt to make money, it is going to make them very angry, because unemployment's going to be in a bad place for a while. I really need this person placated, though, so I can start defending this area. Part of the problem, I suppose, is that I also need labor access around here for my beloved prefects. But maybe I should switch my way of thinking for the design here. Yes, I want this area for housing. But let's assume for one moment that that's not really feasible, due to the needs for defense. Because building here is foolhardy with invasions possible. Unless... God damn these natives, I hate them so much. I think it might have been a mistake to put you there. What I should have done was put you here. And that way you can walk in a few different directions, but then at least actually get everybody. So what I could have you do is, you know, you walk over to here and then you get that one. If you walk over here, you get that one. And then you might walk down that way. Could work. But the important thing is to get this guy at some point. Like now. You can't even make it that far. You're useless. Hate useless people. Why do they have to be so useless? Oh god, I've still got these tents. These tents are going to be unhappy for a while. It's going to destroy my unemployment numbers, but so be it. No, you just keep walking that way. You are a disaster of a person. I'll keep you both for now and just hope that somebody placates you. That might help you. It does not.
Down with the governor!
The poor tent living people over here are not very happy. How is such a thing possible?
I've been thrown out on my own.
Alright, the money's looking okay. I was expecting weapons to collapse after what we saw with the oil, but the weapons are holding. And finally, somebody has placated you, probably the one I just recently built. I guess I can keep them both for now. The main question is defense, right? How do we defend ourselves against this potential onslaught? Losing this as a potential place to build is actually very sad. What could be done? I suppose what I could do is, you know, you take care of this. Instead of making a choke point here and here, what I could do is bring the fight to them and make this just a you will die area, so the prefects are actually concentrated here. I actually think that's a brilliant idea. So we're going to clear away these trees. And then we're going to encourage them into here. Now, surely they won't want to enter if there's this imposing gatehouse in the way. We've got to be careful. That is not a very happy, happy chappy over there. Let's make sure we don't make him feel underappreciated and give him the space that he claims he deserves. Got to be very careful. I mean, just building one wall over here and all of the natives chimp out on you. Single little natives like this are really bloody annoying. That's probably why people keep putting them on their maps. I think people are getting off to me being less than happy about these. Right, what I'm getting at is that I want my prefect army around here to deal with all of this. So they're going to need to do a bit of a walk along here to take care of any attack. But how? Funny thing about such attacks is that What is the funny thing about these attacks? I'm sure something is. Tents that get destroyed do not hurt your peace rating. That's a pretty funny thing. So we can actually have ablative tents here that get massacred, whilst also giving the police force everything they need. So actually what I could do is just slam down a very unhappy tent over here. And then we have the army of prefects just doing God's work. And they'll be walking back and forth along here, patrolling for baddies. And this will be a good way to drink up my unemployment as well. And of course they're going to need an engineer post somewhere along the line to stop them from collapsing. So that's going to be our police force that takes care of, hopefully, any invasions over here. I'm going to want some kind of wall around here, maybe with a tower or two for just-in-case situations. But that should be a respectable number of prefects. It also hoovers up the unemployment, allowing me to tax more reasonably. Wages are crushing taxes, but that's fine for now. It won't be fine forever, though. I will at some point want these people eating pottery. And this is where the very, very unfortunate warehouse situation comes in. I think I need a warehouse here. It's very undesirable for people living nearby. Oh well. To make my life a little more awkward, I'm also going to need a gladiator school and an actor colony. I need a way in for these people. I actually think I need to have this as a way out, so that I can put buildings over here for that. I'm not thrilled, but I think it has to be done. It might interrupt some walkers pretty badly. It probably will interrupt some walkers really badly, but otherwise I can't see a reasonable place to put in the gladiator school or the actor colony. Gladiator school can go all the way over here. Last ditch gladiator defense after all. And then the actor colony is a desirable neighbor, so it can go pretty much anywhere. I don't have a huge problem wanging it over here. And then there's a few things I want. One is marble. However, it's probably a bit cheaper right now just to build this. That'll add some desirability to this area. Much needed desirability at that. But I'll need pottery as well. One way or another, you're going to be getting pottery. I think the best thing to do is actually just create my own pottery around here. So you there, you get weapons, but I think I also want you to import the clay. Is that true? No, what I can do is have someone here. You, for example. You will accept clay and pottery, and I'll have some pottery workshops around you. 1, 2, 3, 4 should suffice. I need to somewhat regrettably begin the importing of clay, and then Caesar's going to be very unhappy at the turn of the year, I reckon. But the sooner I bring these people up to medium insulae, small insulae, the happier I will be. There we go.
My governors think money grows on trees.
You're telling me it doesn't, Caesar? I think he's having a laugh. Wow, I even got hovels over here. That's pretty good. It's normally incredibly undesirable living next to this many wharves, but there you have it. Rome immediately has a need for weapons, and as it happens, I can fulfill your need for weapons, largely because I didn't do all my exporting the previous year. So at least I can keep Toga Boy happy-ish. We're short on people. We're short a huge number of people. That's quite disheartening. What I can do is this. Let me think. Food is number 1. Wait, 6 people are employed in food production? Oh, fish don't count as that. Fish maybe count as industry and commerce. Anyway, the food production must work. The taxes must be collected. The engineering must be performed. The military is somewhat important. Entertainment is quite important. Health and education, important. Industry, quite important. Then there's water, and then there are my prefectures. Because I have a lot of prefectures made to soak up unemployment, and I'm not constantly under attack, we will purposefully understaff them, so that it's not so impactful. Nobody can burst into flames in this map. And if there's suddenly an attack, then I can suddenly give them top priority of employees, and everybody's happy. Especially me. Hopefully my logic holds there. It's a bit of a stretch. Uh-oh. We are under attack. It's from here. Wait a minute. If it's from there, it's going to attack into here. I've kind of funneled them in. That is kind of bad. Okay, well, what I've just done, I need to undo. You're actually priority 1 prefecture. If I priority 1 you and then I put you back down to 9, does that shift others? No, I think everybody else remembers their position. Yeah, because food goes down to 2. Okay, that's kind of cool. So the prefects can go and put these people in their place, hopefully. Oh, what if they don't? Where are they going to attack from as well? Because if they just come straight down here, I'm in trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble. Because that's exactly where I don't have my prefects ready to deal with. This guy is placated, though. Perhaps more prefects right here, just to deal with this exact situation. Caesar does not agree with my thoughts on defending our own land. I think what might be clever is actually getting rid of this so that any prefects walking along here actually end up engaging with these guys. Why do these people now hate their lives? Because the water got turned off? Oh, wow. Okay, now I take it back. The water is quite important. I need these employees. Flushing out the people living here is bad, because I need them to work. Wow, the prefects actually go a fair whack a distance, don't they? Are they actually trying to engage? No, they just have a very, very long walk. And there goes my prices for weapon. Prefects, please engage them. Don't just run past them.
I'm not paid enough to fight.
How very mercenary of you. Prefects are kind of crappy fighters, though. I am concerned about how they just ran past all of this, so this does tell me that I kind of do need walls, which necessitates quite a bit more money than I have. It would appear they're coming straight for my city, and they've murdered the prefects without truly engaging in them. And now I'm in trouble. Now I'm in a lot of trouble. The gladiator's stepping up, though.
I'll teach you to come near my city. I eat people like you for breakfast.
The gladiator is a good fighter, at least. But the boys in blue are fast. Yeah, we have a problem here if they just run in through. I should have walled this off so that the prefects can engage them. And this guy is just running havoc inside my city. He's killing the market lady. He's going to take out the granary, maybe? I needed that. And the prefect just walked right past him without engaging him. Okay, the gladiator's in to help out a bit. Right, that was pretty bad, especially since I'm in debt and have no food now, and a lot of people left my city during that exchange. Pretty bad. Right, let's see, you destroyed tent, hovel, 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 hovel. ultimately nothing of too much value was lost. But it's still a bit unpleasant. Especially since this was an awkward one to set up. Maybe I'll just replace it with an oracle. You know, when I have the tools for that. Yeah, that was just a very, very small detachment of bare-chested warriors as well. That's quite unfortunate. And good thing you don't need a peace rating. That is true, it's unnecessary, but we are in a time limit. There are other ratings to consider. Gosh, money is not going to come easy on this map. Why did you think putting them far off on the side was a better idea than right in front of your city? My idea was that since this is an obvious invasion point, if they come in here, they instantly aggro my prefects. I actually just completely forgot that this was an opening into my city, so any attacks coming in here are likely coming down this way. But yeah, I need to block this off. Obviously, I don't have the money to do that right now. I don't have the money to do anything but piss off Caesar. When was I last in debt? August. Well, that's unfortunate. I think wages are defeating... oh, golly gosh. I'm gonna have to drop taxes for now. Yeah, wages are handily defeating taxes right now. I need to get these people up to Insulae so I can make some money. Well, hopefully there's not another attack for a while, because we've got a lot to sort out here. And there's still a lot of food that needs to be dispersed right now. Lucky that Young finds yet more money on the ground, yeah. How can he do this? The gladiators actually helped out a ton there. Merge. Okay, that should merge then. There we go. It was one of Baron's criticisms of this map that he really didn't like the fact that there were attacks, but you couldn't build up any army. I'm not used to doing pure civilian defense like this, especially on such a fragmented map. It's not like there's a very single, easy invasion point that... Wait, what? He didn't walk over here? Oh, right. We have a bit of a problem in that I still have my... my prefect as number 1. I need to not be number 1 right now. Yeah, he never walked down here. That's kind of crazy. Didn't quite want you there. I wanted you there. Probably also there. Yeah, this guy just never once took this direction, so these places want to fall down.
Olha, se você não... Esses negócios estão prontos pra quebrar. Que bom que eu fiquei bem na hora, hein?
Very few exports in this map, and the prices immediately go down. The money is quite the struggle. And there are things I need to import as well. Ooh, tough map. I actually looked at this thinking it'd be quite easy, but now I'm thinking quite the opposite. Vemnara indeed, Brelex. Poor TBW getting spooked by occasional Brazilian.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I fulfilled half of my oil, but not most of my weapons exports just yet, so let's keep working on that. Wait, Caesar wants my pottery? I think I shouldn't give Caesar's pottery, maybe even at all. I need that stuff to bring my people up to good level of housing. I also need to wang down a... hold that thought. I need to throw down a library somewhere. I'm struggling a little bit on figuring out where. I think actually what I could do... You don't water anyone specific, do you? So what I can actually do is move you here and then get the library here, and then there's no great cost, except to desirability. And let's see if we can't make insulae out of you yet. But I have no money. There's another problem. If Caesar attacks me with the boys in blue, I am going to be very, very poorly equipped to deal with them. Yeah, prefects are not beating... Yeah, not beating what he has in store for me. This is a problem. Well, at least the people love me. Love me enough for my new tax quotas. Alpha once deleted one of my messages because he read boons as boobs. You gotta remember the Virgil limp todger you're dealing with. Oh, his situation's a bit tough. And the pottery is starting to somewhat flow in. Get it into that place, get these people up to insulate, tax their togas off, and then try to survive. Is the main plan. Big issue, though, is that if Caesar attacks me, if I don't get out of debt, then this is not going to make it. So the first priority right now has to be get out of debt. But I think I've just fulfilled all of my quotas now. Almost all of them. The weapons quota seems to be struggling. I'm more than a little surprised at that. In fact, the fish quota is also struggling. This guy is much slower than I thought at getting fish. Although it's quite possible that my labor shortages for quite a while hit us really hard there. And by quite possible, I mean I think that's exactly what happened. Gotta keep these people employed. Employed in saving my poor city. I think they just killed a revolter there. Gods are gonna get cheesed off at my inflating population. Just had a thought, if the invasion point I'm so certain is coming in this way, why don't I loop them around like such? That way they'll always be walking along here. Doesn't seem unreasonable. And then I would probably cut this off and then have this be dealt with separately. No, I should still have them come in this way. But what I could also do is kind of encourage them to go and deal with my prefect, like so. I don't have the money for that wall. I don't have money in general. If I'm not out of debt by next August, Toga Boy is going to have my guts for garters. And I also need a bathhouse for these people once they have pottery. Currently they don't have pottery. Although they're getting it. Oh lordy, they're getting it. I think with heavy heart you have to move over here, and I need to get my bathhouse here. And I need to get that money flowing. The prefects are largely being put down to drink up unemployment in a useful way. But that unemployment is rising fast. Anytime it's above 4%, it's hurting my city sentiment. And since there's a lot of room for people here, that could be considered bad news. I don't want to put more gardens here, but I don't have much of a choice. Desirability overall just isn't good enough in my city. How in the world is there not enough entertainment? Oh, I never put down a theatre, did I? Oh well. Oh, there's a lot to do with limited resources here. Yeah, having barely anything to export and having the prices crash means you gotta get pushed for taxes fast, but you Can't just slam down some houses and expect them to transform into lovely taxable insulae in no time. And the bathhouse lady seems very keen on not servicing the loop. Please service these people. They've worked hard. Come on. Oh, she continues to fail to do the loop. I think I'm absolutely going to be meeting the boys in blue very soon. People are pleased with me, but the taxes are still being crushed by wages. And the exports aren't good enough. Do I have what it takes to take care of the boys in blue with this? I don't think I do. I potentially could if I put down a bunch of towers to shoot them whilst they engage with my prefects. But I might be in hot water here. Which kinds of boys in blue? Doesn't matter, they team up against you.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
I think I need to stop importing clay at this point. You are so useless, Bathwalker. Stop going that way. Oh dear. Yeah, the desirability is too low around here as well. With no statues, no plaza, I can't quite reach these. Yeah, my debt management is amounting to open rebellion here. Very sad. Kind of shocked this is going as badly as it did. I figured I would have very little in the way of problems here. Oh boy. Caesar's not happy, but I am clawing my way out of debt, slightly. Although, that's from early in the year trade receipts, isn't it? Yeah, not taxes. The problem is it's really undesirable in my city. What I think I'm going to have to do is delete some of these housing to make room for desirability boosting related things. Spare me, Mars. Get out of my way, Nikki.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
The city's defenses should never have let the enemy through.
You are the city's defenses. I never did erect that wall that I said I'd need, and now they spawn so close that I can't actually build a wall, so I need these prefects to do their job. Which they are doing. Credit where it's due. They're massacring the bare-chested warriors. City in debt, July. Well, it's May right now. I got 2 months to get out of debt. Having a hard time seeing that happen without trade receipts. And is there anything I could even trade right now to get me out of debt? Some oil and some weapons. The weapons are not on hand. I think you should be getting those weapons. It's taking too bloody long.
I can't wait to do some trading here.
There'd better be weapons. Those weapons need to get here before you get there, or I am smoked by Caesar. And I don't think they're going to make it in time. No, wait.
I can't wait to do some trading here.
I can actually keep you here for a little longer if I import some clay off of you. Just a little bit of clay. And then I tell you, actually I don't want that clay. Could you please go away and buy my weapons instead? Stop selling me clay. No, we're not allowed clay anymore. We don't do that. Buy my weapons, get me in the black. That's some weapons. Those are some weapons. Those are weapons. Black, baby, yeah! Alright, so I spent money on this guy to keep him around long enough to shove my weapons in his face. And it worked.
I can't wait. Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Okay, and now we entered July, and we would have been in the red had it not been for my masterful maneuver there. Phew. Okay, that means we actually need to keep Caesar happy now, so let's go and send him the goods that he's after. Imperial reminder, have you forgotten my request? I would never forget a request from you, Toga boy. It is a pleasure to serve. We still, of course, have issues with taxes not defeating wages, but they're getting a bit close. Unemployment is growing, which means I need to create more jobs, which is going to create more problems, but let's not worry about that. Let's instead increase the amount of police we have. Taking the name police from Pharaoh here. And there's still some desirability boosting we need to do here, which oracles seems to be the obvious way forward. And there's also the problem with this bathhouse lady. She just does not do the rounds. I hope everybody's registered for taxes, by the way. We can get a number on that. 99% is registered for taxes, so you are the only one that's not. And potentially... Whoa, you even get tax collected from time to time. Okay, here's the brilliant plan. Since it's undesirable to live here, I'm going to delete you and you. We're going to have forum number 2. And we're going to have a bathhouse. And we're going to try and get all these people up to small insulae and then tax their togas off so that I can survive. I've got my term to think about, you know. Yeah, these people are remarkably unhappy as well. All the more reason that I need another... well, I need some marble. Marble will allow me to build oracles to give me long-range desirability boosting. One right here would go a long way, for example. I'm not opposed to grabbing some. I believe you're my marble enjoyer. You're about to become my marble enjoyer. We're going to do the very expensive thing of importing it. Who sells it to me anyway? Oh, you do.
Some trading here. I love a good
Maybe this is the wrong thing to do before the turn of the year. My favor with Toga Boy is already on tender hooks, so let's not actually do that instead. And we will we'll wait till next year to do some importing. Unemployment is looking good at 1%. I'll keep my people happy. We're working on the insulae. We don't want any of this low quality garbage. We want everybody insulate up. And I want that bathhouse lady, for the love of God, to actually do her job. She just pisses off instead. Walk around. It's a very, very simple loop. Start by going this direction would be nice. No, not that. At least don't turn left, okay? Just go around. Useless, useless people. Surrounded by them. Don't go over the bridge. Oh, she goes over the bridge. Well, at least I know that this is superfluous and I can get rid of it. Don't know what I'd replace it with, but something. Maybe one of my beloved oracles. Actually, the money's looking quite good. Maybe I could stand to import a bit of that marble after all. Remember the 200,000 I gave you last time, Caesar? Come on, you know I'm good for it. Yeah, why are there spaces between the prefects? So that the prefects can path towards the enemies coming my way. Alright, you did finally do everything. Marking you is completely superfluous, and that means that slamming an oracle here is a done deal. The oracle has a range of 6, which is, well, you don't need me to tell you, it's very, very good. But I'll tell you anyway, it's really good. Anybody else suffering from lack of oracle coverage? You're unhappy because there's a market nearby, okay. Damn those meerkats. What I could do is grab one of my many temples. There we go. That should keep the gods off my back for a good while now as well. The extra god I put down was for Mars, and I feel that's now superfluous. But I think I'll also get rid of Ceres over here and move you over there to bump up the desirability a touch. I got too much marble. Let's stop that. Oh, that was a mistake, actually. Let's please stop taking that marble. Oh, no, we'll take another one. Oh, no. Stop taking the marble. Oh, God. Death anniversary is coming.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Marble's pretty expensive, and I just bought 10 of it. That was way too much. I knew to keep my eye on it, and I didn't keep my eye on it. Oh well, in for a penny, in for a pounding. There we go. Oh, that's much better. Much, much better. I got rid of you over here, but perhaps I shouldn't have. What I could do is get rid of you, for example, and shove you over here. Hopefully it doesn't devolve anything over here. Alright, now we should be okay. I can tax these people like their lives depend on it, when in fact it is my life that depends on it. As long as that taxation rate stays above 95%, we should be good. As long as unemployment remains below 4%, we're good. Caesar's very unhappy because I didn't pay him tribute again. I might need to really consider more defense on this end. So I will. Just something for these guys to chew on. I really hope that the prefects can pass through the gatehouse. I still don't know if they do or don't. But at least we have the gladiators and all of these spawn points for prefects, so it might be okay. And, well, I'm already in debt, so why don't we just add to this, somewhat force the attackers to go that way. Attempts can be made. Still a bit too much in the way of unemployment. I didn't think I'd need or want to do any fountain shenanigans, but where could I... Ah, this looks like a nice little island for a bunch of superfluous fountains. Keep my people working so that they can be taxed. I'm still expecting people in, so this is fine. Yeah, there we go. Lovely, I got capacity for 2,276 people? Really? You're telling me these places are already mostly full up? I suppose that's fine by me. Get them in, get them taxed, get me happy. And then hopefully, at least month on month, I can undo the horrors. If only the UI would show desirability, range, and value when placing building. I think that's asking for a bit too much. It's not too difficult to remember them. Yeah, I do think that would be a step too far. But who is it? Who is it for me to say? Alright, it's been a stretch, but we're here. We are somewhat defended. We are somewhat economically viable. And now the question is, where do we go from here? I would love to build up more patrician. I'd love to build up patricians, period. But given our focus on civilian defense, we're actually going to need another batch of small insulae. And this is actually not a bad place for it. I know I was humming and hawing about it, but there's more space here than it even looks like there is. As long as I make sure that the bare-chested warriors don't enter this way. It's actually a bit of a concern them coming this way. I'm very tempted to erect some towers here. I don't have space for a barracks. Or do I? Because it's kind of connected. Yeah, a couple of towers wouldn't go amiss here. I could temporarily put down a barracks. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 towers could be erected here. Bang, 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 whilst they engage with my prefect. Seems pretty good to me. Gosh, I rather like that. And then this could be considered safe, and then I can use this for building. These people will not be fed fish, though. They'll be fed fruit. Fruit is nowhere near as labor efficient as fish is. Not by a long shot. I mean, these fisheries have very short distance to go to fill up on this fish. And I believe I was still of the mind that we're going to be bridging over here, which has its own problems, not least of all with the attack problem. But at the time I'm building up this, I'm going to want defenses that extend beyond here. So I reckon my patricians are going to be living somewhere like here. It's large enough, it's got the boosted desirability, it's spacious enough. The food can come from, you know, even down here is fine. Yeah, okay, so they're going to live there, but I still need to cram in more workforce. Tax force, this should be. But what we do is force tax. Always feels bad deleting all these lovely trees and things that the map maker has made. They do look really good on a lot of maps. But needs must, and I must need. I'm not building buggery until I have more money, though. I looked away for 3 seconds. You can have money again. Yep. I know a lot of people hate them, but the small insulae are so good. As soon as you have most of your people in small insulae and you're effectively taxing them, you can make so much money. Look at that. Almost overnight, my tax income has doubled, because it has doubled. There's another factor of money that they pay above the hovel level. And on top of that, they house more people than a hovel. Wait, how did you devolve? Ah, that temple over here served you, didn't it? Cute. Very cute. I think you deserve a bit of templing. Yeah, go on then. Hopefully that didn't devolve anything over here. The temples are put here as placeholders, but honestly, I have the space. I thought there'd be a lot more industry over here, but there's really not. We need to maintain the import of clay, however, or else the pottery will dry up. Which means you need to accept the clay.
I'm so glad to be Roman. You should see what these barbarians get up to in their huts.
I don't think people hate them, they just like variety. Yeah, mixed insulae looks better. But that's something for me to do when I have a lot of time and freedom to do so. When you're under the pressure of a map like this where financial crunch, invasion crunch, Caesar breathing down your throat crunch, I've got to do what ensures the best possible chance of victory. And 90% of the time it's get your small insulae and get them taxed. It's pretty difficult to design a map where that is not what is to be done, because if you're not making tax money, you're making export money. And you can make export money with slum. If you really want to push a governor, give them a very short time frame and a lot of prosperity to reach, then they have to do everything. That said, I'm not drowning in time here. We only had 300 months and I've already spent over 20% of it. Ba-dum-da-dum. There we go. Keep the pottery flowing. Keep these people enjoying that pottery. Employees needed. I think I sponged up a bit too many of them with my little water park. There's no water in the water park, though. I don't know what they're pumping through the fountains here. You want to be as close to 5% unemployment without actually hitting 5%, because then people start getting angry. Right, let's see how we're looking on the dosh. We've got a surplus of 4 grand here. A surplus of 3.7 grand, rather. I don't want Caesar to look at that and think he can take what he wants out of it, so I need to start spending. The risk of the natives is placated, and it's very, very dangerous because there's every chance that at some point the walker stops hitting them up. So I think the clever thing to do is to put a missionary post here, because then it will hit you guaranteed, and then I can make this more of a sure thing. Yeah, that stops me having to do awkward road-related things. Well, somewhat. And then I need to start thinking about how exactly I feed my next batch of Romans. This is a very, very nice place for farming, but it's also a nice place for living because of the elevation. Even so, I think 1, 2, 3, 4 times 1, 2, 3, I can get like 12 of them here. Ish, 10 or 12, 1,600, 2,000, I can feed about 2,000 people here. Without too much bother. And I could actually do it in a line formation, right? So we end up having something like... he's thinking. If you were out here, how far would you want to be dragging your food? Probably no more than 30 or so tiles. But I could probably have a nice central granary around here. Just trying to visualize how I'm building things. Obviously, I can't project my visualized thoughts onto here, but I can do my best. Also means that I could actually draw labor access from here if I was feeling crazy and wanted to get rid of that tent. It's risky, of course, because if there's a sizable invasion, then things end up looking very poor for me. Even so, nothing necessarily stopping that, because I can also have like a gladiator and actor colony over here, and it starts doing the rounds. You could still be there. There's actually nothing stopping that. Slight issue is these freaking stairways. You know what they're like. Walkers get lost on stairways like nobody's business. But I'm seeing the possibilities here. Da-dun, da-dun. So all this food comes into here, la-di-da. Did I want to use this, though? Because this isn't a ton of space for lots of housing. It might be enough, though. Nothing saying that it couldn't be. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Is there anything stopping us having something like this, though? Well, it's a bit of a tiny loop, and this is a bit unpleasant, but I could put extra things in here. Yeah, I struggle to see it not working. So I can expand you like so. A good thing I had the extra money from, well, from everywhere. Are you going to make this loop work, or are you going to be a pain in my bits? Because if you ever don't placate these people, my... well, there's going to be some chimping. That will surely get all of these, so you can go away. The question is you, and I think we don't make it a question, we make it a certainty that you do not bother anybody by placing you here. Alright. This is, of course, a granary which accepts only fruit. When I was watching Alpha streaming, he was rolling his R's, and he's like, I don't normally roll my R's, it's just that accursed Jake. I think he said a granary. And, well, you know how Germans are like when they start doing things improperly. They cannot help but begin subroutine self-hate.exe. Speaking of hating Germans, they'll be arriving in their droves here at Balaton before long. The serenity of winter now draws to a close. Really wish I could have some kind of planning tool here. Oh, it would be so good. Save me second guessing how I can maximize the amount of farms over here. At least farms are cheap, thank God for that. The problem is I can't build here because that blocks this point, so I would need it out a bit. But again, there's no clean way of doing this, is there? There's always a bit of an awkward moment. Oh well, embrace the awkwardness. Could we not bring it out just a little bit further? Obviously can't bring it all the way around here. Oh, but you can tickle that. If I were so inclined, we could get you labor access by rubbing up against some houses here. Not a lot, mind you. That's not very good, but it is something. And then this becomes all the more awkward. I do need road access around to here. So that is a certain. So you would have to go there, but that does allow me to put you here. And, ooh, that's nice. Ooh, that's good. Okay, that's borderline acceptable. God knows where you get all of your labor access from. I think this walker would not be very happy walking all the way over here, but they could try. It just becomes priority uno to have labor access here and here. Ugh, that's not very good. But it's something. I can't get a merger up here. That is no bueno. What if I push you back? What if I pushed both of you? What if I pushed all of you back? What we could do in such a bizarre notion is thus. Because I can get a merger here. Hold that thought. If I'm saying the merger is there, then how do we work around that? With ease, especially considering these are fruit farms, it's actually going to be very desirable living there. Okay, that's quite good. A wonderful solution to an awkward problem. They'll get labour access no matter how they cut it. They might still have a bit of difficulty getting there in time, but woe is them, right? And to be sure, I'm not building on anybody's land. No, I'm not. Okay, maybe it's time to invade the Germans back. Ooh. Ooh. You can't. You make a save, you drop it all, you load the save, so long as you don't do anything to change the state. Ah. You're right, that could be done for figuring out what to place and where. Right, speaking of placing lots of things, we're in this awkward moment where I need to build a lot of houses. I'm actually going to drop the taxes, because otherwise these people are going to be very unhappy. I usually bounce between 4 and 25. It's the most efficient way to game your citizens' happiness. This has now become a bit of a in-my-way building, hasn't it? Yeah, more than a little bit. I could tell 3 of these guys to sod off. Migrate you over here. Get rid of you. You are a desirable neighbor. It's not where you are a desirable neighbor, but so be it. I might find this is a bit of an awkward road to be going across, but I want access to this for potential towers down the line. Hopefully I don't have trouble getting access to employees. They should be fine over there, but heavens knows with these walkers sometimes. Alright, how are we doing this? Funnily enough, I could probably put a insula here and it would be fine. But I won't. What I'll do is I'll put you... It's actually quite a nice place for an oracle, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the oracle could actually affect you from here. So let's actually keep that in mind. Actually works a bit better with the merger idea, especially since this bleeding bugger is in my way. As bleeding buggers often are. Also need to consider warehouse. Actually, what I've gone and done is just build over a half-decent warehouse area. Also, these people need access through to here, which I'm currently choking off. So maybe I actually need to keep this open for access. Okay, I think I do. In that case, how does Warehouse Man get his pottery? This doesn't seem outlandish for it. Alright, there you go. You are Mr. Getting Pottery. Got to keep this space open though, let's not forget about that. And let's continue building our many, many mergers. Merge, merge. Keep these as both areas for service buildings. Merge, no merge, no merge. Merge and merge. How many people did I say would be living here? I'm sure I had a number in mind and I'm sure I've forgotten it. I want to keep this open, I think. Ugh, I no longer want to keep it open. I'll keep it open anyway. Might be relevant. What's that anyway? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I'm sure I can have plenty more. Especially over here where I actually wanted people. And I'm going to need labour access for these fools. So squeezing somebody here seems prudent, even though it's not desirable living next to one of these things, I think. Not actually sure if the missionary posts are undesirable. I'm certain I've checked, and I'm even more certain that I've forgotten what I learned from checking. We are going to need an amphitheater somewhere along the line down here, and I think this is a not too bad space for it. Not too good either, though. Okay, change my mind. This is ideal amphitheater space. I'm going to shove it down before I forget, and hopefully it doesn't cause devolution here. It does not. And then, you know, if you thought searching for places to build things was over, no, I also need to put fruit farms over here. Ame Landwheel says, good day, Jake. Well, good day to you too. And if I'm playing Caesar 3, chances are for me, it is indeed a good day. Almost got flattened on this run, though. Almost, but I'm still standing. There's too many ways to block this, huh? Oh gosh, there are 100 different ways to block this. Not thrilled at the lack of fruit farms I can put on here. The center bit's a bit choking, however, that could be nice for putting some happy-go-lucky walkers there. I hope that's not necessarily, though. Because we can bring you down here, and yeah, they're going to walk down here. Chances are they're going to get lost and walk in squares here. If they're walking in squares there, the least they could do is get labor access from that. And perhaps we could do them even better by further giving them labor access to that. That way, at least if they're walking in squares here, they're getting labor access. And this is still a route through here, which our entertainment walkers will take. So this is going to be our modest setup for the new plebeian housing.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
Now, what did I forget, which I always seem to forget these days when making new housing areas? That's right, it's water, once again. And go figure there's no water on this side of the map. And I've closed off most of the ways that I could bring water over, although not all of them. I could very selfishly maybe build... Really? Yeah, this can be used as a building spot. It just didn't look like it because of all the nickies getting in my way. That solves most of my problems, actually. Gets everybody on the north side, and then it's just these suckers who I could actually solve quite nicely by simply migrating this over here. Or even jiggering and pokering until this is here, which could also be done. We could even use my favorite magical Roman water for that. I am sold. Yeah, because that gets most of the way for watering these fools. I just need a touch more, and I think we will touch a bit more. That means Ceres needs to be relocated. Well, Ceres, congratulations on your new appointment to... You know, I'm not using this arable land. I don't want to. It comes with very obvious problems. Because it's up those bleeding stairs, and you don't want your people moving along those stairs. This is all very, very desirable because of all the gardens that we have here, whereas this land is a bit more dubious, so you're going there. Alright. Crushed out of existence. And we shall do this. You're going here. You are... Hopefully that doesn't get in the way of some fountain that I had before. I reckon not. Actually, did that water anybody? It watered that. Okay, well that's not a huge deal. We shall move the aqueduct over. Now this is one of these situations where there's actually really no benefit in using magical Roman water. I can just do this, but... This is in honor of Baron von Owen, who has given me so many hours of entertainment with his own stream, and he wouldn't be caught dead denying magical Roman water. There we go. I think Caesar does not approve of magical Roman water. But too bad, I do. There we go. It burst down a bit of desirability for a couple of you. mainly a shipyard problem for you, though, and I don't currently need any more shipyarding, so I'm just going to get rid of this for now. As for you, your problems could be solved with a little bit of gardens, and all is well. Okay, Caesar is just flipping his lid right now because I went and destroyed my tax income. I think I need it back despite the unhappiness it will cause. Especially to the tents over here. How are you not re-evolving? Come on, be reasonable. These tents are going to be very unhappy with my tax policy. Even though they don't actively pay the taxes, they just don't like it. We still have prefectures at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the labor force. That's fine. Where's the money? Yes, Caesar's always wondering where the bloody money is. I ought to make sure that my engineers are taking care of everything else around here. They should get labor access there, no problem. Within all of this, I can shove you over here. How's the healthcare, by the way? Healthcare is almost perfect, which is way too high. We're going to drop down healthcare a lot right now. Getting water over here will be a pain. A rather sizable pain. But it's a pain I have to go through. It also means invasions have a fairly high chance of destroying my water. Yeah, they're going to want to cut through this. Oh well, not really terribly much I can do about that. Aqueduct is what I'm looking for. Aqueduct. Just drag it all the way along here, and probably shouldn't be paying that right now. We'll do that later. I need the money so Caesar gets off my back for the turn of the year. Because he's nae a happy lad right now. Amongst other things, my prosperity is going to drop like a rock. Rome has need of furniture, which I have had absolutely no incentive to be building up thus far, and now I have every incentive to do so. Unless Toga Boy get even more angry, as if you think that's not possible. He gave me 3 years to do so, so I'm going to take advantage of those 3 years and sit on the task for a while. We're back in the black where we belong, and I'm sure people are happy.
This place really needs many more workers.
Nah, it's not my concern. We're bringing in the workers, don't worry about it, and it's only eating into my prefects. It's just very important I stay black at the turn of the year. It's okay if I'm in the red in January, but come January, I need to be in the black. The transition from December to January. You could cause problems with that. I am not going to accept your clay right now. You could sell me so much clay that you push me into the red. And with my favorite 17, that's unacceptably low. I started playing the base campaign myself. What a great experience. Yeah, the career maps are great. I love the presentation as well. Just having Caesar himself yelling at you the whole way feels really good. Well, I mean, feeling good makes it sound a bit wrong, but, you know, it adds to the immersion. There we go. Caesar gets some modest tribute. I drop taxes. I'm going to go into the red for a bit, but don't worry about it. I got more important things to do than worry about it. Well, that reminds me, if there's any other fan of Dwayne and Brando out there, it's a musical group I really enjoyed, did a lot of video game related tunes. There's a final piece of their... I think it was just Brando, not Dwayne. They're probably split by this point. But there was a final point of their Legend of Zelda Link to the Past Dark World. I think it was episode 5. And I'm pretty sure that got scrubbed off the internet. I think Brando didn't like what they'd made and decided just to remove it. I mean, even against their wishes, I still want to listen to it. If anybody knows where that is or has a copy of it, I would love to hear it. Yeah, okay, what are we looking at number-wise? I need to consider how many fruit farms I have, how many people that could feed, and where we're going with that. So the fruit farms I have 20. Let's just use a calculator because I don't want to think about this. I have 20 fruit farms. They each produce food for 160 people. That's 3,200. They're going to be living in small insulae, which is 76 people. So into 76, that's enough food for 42 of them. Okay, well, we way overproduce fruit then. So that tells me that I can cram as many of these things in as I want. So what I should probably do is put in all the service buildings and then squeeze everything else around that. Let's check how far the water goes. The water does reach here, meaning I can quite happily put the bathhouse here. So they have religion, they have the bathhouse, they have this. They're going to need some... Actually, no, they don't need medical help. That's another reason that small insulae is so good. You can get to small insulae without a doctor or a hospital, but if you want medium insulae, you need one or the other. And you might think, well, just put down doctors. They're smaller, cheaper, they require fewer workers, they're great. But in a very, very long game, which is what I do when I make my Eternal Cities, city health becomes a problem. When your city health is very high, people refuse to die, and that's very bad for the life of a city. If you have all these people living to 80, 90, or even 100, you're not having them die making space for new births. And the new births, you know, within 20 years, they're matured and ready to work. Because Romans only work between the age of 20 and 50. They got life figured out. You know, the real world, you're working up to here. So you want them to, you know, have a relatively low amount of child mortality, which you can get to 0 and still be okay. And then have them work from 20 to 50, and then the moment they hit 50, die. And that is what a lot of my cities do. In fact, you know what? Words are one thing, but let's show you instead. Let's make a save and clip over to, let's say, Marble Hills. Alright, city looks great, but this city's been running for hundreds of years. How many hundreds of years, actually? We started this city in 500 BC. It's now 50 AD, so 550 years. And as you can see here, children are born, and then that looks like, I don't know, 8 or 10% of them die between the age of 0 and 10. That's fine. You know, you have an entire litter of like 10 kids, only 1 or 2 of them are going to be tossed out with the bathwater. And then they're fine from 10 to 20, and then this is when they start working. They work, and then they work, and then they work, and they start dying off. We're just getting a running head start. And then the moment I have to actually pay them their bloody pensions and they come out of their work, I just... we massacre through all of them. Precious few survive beyond 70, and nobody makes it to 90 and beyond. And that means the moment they die, bloop, they make space in the house for a new birth. And that ends up with this lovely, smooth demographic curve, which I just find so incredibly sexy. And that is with average health. Do I have any of these with better health? I think when I did Sarmazegatusa, we had a bit more there. Let's check Sarmazegatusa. Good health in Sarmazegatusa, far lower child mortality, but a bit more of them clinging on to life. I think good is overall better for the labor pool, though, because they start dying a little later, so you don't quite have the massive run up into 50. But do I have any with even better health? What did I do in Londinium? Londinium Eternal. I'm trying to find somewhere that I have like excellent healthcare or similar. Yeah, again, it's good here. Bloop. I'm going to check one more. Wait, what did I do in Meandering Path? Oh, that looks really good. Oh, but again, it's good. But yeah, what I'm getting at is in the super late runs, you want this lovely smooth demographic curve. Otherwise, your unemployment rate ends up going up and down like nobody's business. And this is of no concern whatsoever for most of the challenge runs that I do. Penny Lukos? I made that Eternal? The mixed insulae doesn't come out the way I wanted it to. Ah, citizen health is very good. There's practically no child mortality. And they make it over to 50 without any fluctuation. Then after 50, they start dying. But again, you get a few too many of them living... You know, some people living to 90 years old. That's unacceptable. Anyway, different ways that you can do your long-term city. It just overall changes the average amount of people that are going to be in the workforce. What was the city we're doing right now called? Land Reform. L. Land Reform. Blunk. A vision of what could be. Right, if I'm not mistaken, I jacked back up my taxes, right? No, I jacked them back down. Which maybe isn't jacking at all. Point is, they have their water. I'm trying to give them their services so that we can boost them up. So the amphitheater has already been built. They are going to want a theater because they're fussy like that. And anywhere that's not a merger point is fine. So a theater there is fine. I absolutely need to tax their togas off, which is very important. So I'm going to slam a forum hither. But I'm going to want another forum because I don't trust these people as far as I can throw them. The setup here is not truly desirable, I think. And I've gone and cut away into a lot of my potential building places with what I've just done here. Even so, I reckon I could massacre you. I could migrate you over here. And then I could put my forum... Ah, crumbs. That won't actually work the way I want it to, because it's going to be connected with that road as well. Harumph. Alright, in that case I'll put it here. They should walk down and around here, but I don't know if I trust 2 forums. Anything else that I want for these people? They get entertainment, they get washed, they get religion. They're going to need some education, so a single library place should do them just fine. I'm thinking here. That librarian may or may not walk up here, but if they don't, I can just shove a school up here and everything's fine. So, assuming that's everything that they're going to want or need... Screw it, double forum for you people, that's how little I trust you. Now we can cram in any of the last of the people. Funnily enough, I can get somebody here. Might not look like it, but I can. This is a very, very undesirable place to live. Maybe keep that as a potential school place later on. I can get a couple of 2x2s over here. 2x2 over here. 2x2 here. And then we'll figure out how we get the entertainment walkers coming along soon. So get all these people in, get them watered, and then get them mega taxed, and then we're good to go. And then hopefully I'll have enough leftover workers that I can begin... Oh, crumbs! I forgot something very important. The markets. Oh, that is a big one to forget. Markets. My mind is going some days. I mean, this is stuff that I should know inside out when it comes to Caesar. That's a good place for a market, to be sure. Market. Certainly want a market over there, but this isn't enough for these people. I think I might have to get rid of one of my houses to make room for them, which I don't want to do. But like I said, the layout of this, everything is really awkward. I'll put you over here then, but I still worry that occasionally pottery might fail. Pottery isn't so bad. It's furniture that's twice as bad as pottery, because people only stock half as much furniture as pottery. Alright, get in and get in. Hopefully that'll merge before these things disappear. Perfect. And you've merged already, so you don't need that road, because you're within 2 tiles of this road. And everything's taken care of by engineering. You are failing to be hit by that engineer. I hope that doesn't cause me problems, but it might. Definitely could. So here's hoping that it doesn't. Oh, you don't have road access. I didn't notice that. That tells me that the actual layout should be yonder. There we go. Then everybody gets touched. I was wondering why there was one idle. It seemed weird. Okay, now that everything is in and merged, and we got... How many do we have? I can actually count my small tents. 26. That's nowhere near as many as I'd like, but whatever, it's what we have. Let's get them watered. That does quite a lot here. That does rather a lot here. And then there's these guys. And these guys. And then just a little tickle more over here and we're done, I think. Did I actually miss anybody there? If I just pull you back to here and get rid of that, then that does everybody, I think. With a remarkable exception of you, which I can do with that. There we go. Looking lovely. Some people get fish, some people get fruit. Either way, it sounds like a horrifically deficient diet. People still lived long lives in the old days. The reason the average expectancy lifespan was so low was because of high child mortality rates and the wars, says Athelwyn. Probably quite correctly. Not the kind of information I have access to. Once I see a decent enough amount of these people being fed, I will begin the turbo taxing again to get me out of debt. At least during this time we are banking the goodwill. Right, this 4% tax rate every month is going to boost the overall feelings that people have for me in my city. But it is hurting me financially. And eventually we'll get both of these things solved. Employees are needed. That's enough people working. Give me the money. 91% register for tax is probably good enough for now. And we are going to need a gladiatorial school and an actor colony. The problem is getting the actor colony. Actually, what could be done is this. I actually think you're a bit superfluous, so I'm going to put the gladiator school here and the actor colony here. And the order of that is actually quite important. The actor colony will send actors to the theatre and to the amphitheatre. The gladiator school will only send gladiators to the amphitheatre. And I want everybody to get access to both. So since the actor will go to both the theatre and the amphitheatre from here, that'll give both theatre and amphitheatre access to all the people living along this road. Importantly, the gladiator guy jumps onto the road at this point, so he forsakes them, and them. So by having you here, you hopefully take care of all their many needs. But you might not.
Det här huset betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt.
att det är slöseri med min tid.
Always talking about that me and team. The gods are feeling a bit so-so. I have some marble on hand for them. Toga Boy's demands for furniture continues to be ignored, although maybe at some point I could do a half-hearted attempt. I'm just trying to think of anywhere. Oh, there we go, but it doesn't quite line up with anything else, actually. There's somewhat stuff over here. Depends how much I care about it being blown up by invasions. It's just suckling into the labor access seems dubious. It's such a relatively non-issue that I'm just going to do this just to fulfill Caesar's demands. I'm well aware this is an invasion point that could very easily blow this stuff up. Which is probably why I shouldn't be so whimsical about this. Yeah, I mean, they come in and instantly curb stomp this stuff. This is foolish then. Okay, in the interest of not being foolish, let's build it over here. We have good access for this. There's no good reason to forgo it. And I only need the tiniest amount of furniture being made. This is just going to be for the patricians. It'll also gobble up a bit of unemployment, which is, I'm told, a good thing from time to time. It does mean a long journey forever to go and get furniture, but too bad. It's not a big involved job. And let's keep those people happy. Said I wanted to keep this open. I really am turning my head on that one, but I suppose I should. But I still want desirability, so I'll put you there. And then the money flows. And my city actually starts to look like that. This game does visual representation so incredibly well. And it doesn't tout it right. Very quickly, where are my education buildings? Oh, you can tell, because they are white themed. This is white, this is white. If I had a school, more white going on. What's the level of housing? Well, the grotty, disgusting places have this brown palette to it. Whereas higher level patricians, you can see the red roofs standing out quite a bit. And there's more greenery involved in the patrician buildings. It's just so immediately visually delectable. If you play Pharaoh, it's all just one big load of brown dirt. I load up a Pharaoh city, I actually cannot tell where the patricians are. It's that bad. As I often say, style over fidelity any day of the week. I knew this would be undesirable. I'm currently paying for that. No, do not build engineers. Build Wait, what? I'm losing it. I'm actually just losing it. Gardens. We want the gardens here. Improve that desirability. I think that's going to be difficult. The reservoir is very undesirable. Although we could still have something nice over here. Oh boy, right, that's right. Inflation is on. That's the first bit of inflation, so we should actually be a bit grateful that that's all we've had in terms of inflation. I perhaps should have expected that religion would be a problem around here. I have an idea. Since we probably overproduce food, I'm going to put a large temple to Ceres over here. That's going to have a long-range desirability boost. Not a huge amount, but a very long range on it. And look at that, these people are ecstatic about it. Well, some of them are ecstatic about it. I want to keep this little gap open here, so I'm afraid the best you're going to get are gardens. This is why I like to use the pipette tool, because I keep failing monumentally to click on the right buttons. And there's plenty of space for more gardens up the middle here. Gardens they shall get. Mostly, though, they're waiting on the market ladies to do the rounds of the pottery. Surprised we got as good as we did with you, though. Just a little bit more and you'd be there. And I might be able to do a little bit more. A little bit. Oh, I'm just too bloody good. Alright, there we go. I love cramming good quality housing in awkward places. Just makes me feel so incredibly superior. Maybe that can do it. There's no sense leading this to questions, right? Why don't we just check desirability? The most desirable tile is here at 17, and they are a large casa. I want them to be a small insulae, which requires 20 desirability. So we need a triple boost here. Triple boosting there seems awkwardly difficult, but not insurmountable with the all-powerful Oracle. But oops, I'm out of marble. Oracle is one thing, but actually, there's a very good range on small temples. I forget what the value is. I think it's only going to be like 2 or 1 if I build a temple over here. I think it'd be 2. However, how are these guys doing? Oh, these guys are actually in a considerably worse situation. They need it bad. But I can give a little bit to them. I could probably just build another large statue, large temple over here. That makes a bit more sense. But I'll need marble. That's fine, give me marble. Love marble. I just don't love paying for marble. Blow up the 100 prefects. Why? I want my prefects. Gonna need those for invasions. What's happening now is I'm getting a lot more unemployment in here. Do I dare have more prefects, though, for defense? I'd like to have some kind of defense over here, but I don't have labor access anymore. Or do I? I mean, I do have this. And I do have an inherent need for unemployment sponges. And again, I'm leaving gaps here so that my prefects can go out to engage the fight. There we go. So with a bit of luck, that can help with the engagement. And the employment problems, of course. Alright. Was it Zelda 3 by Brandy you were looking for? It's still being sold on Bandcamp. Yeah, but specifically there was an episode 5. Currently the existing uploads stop at the end of the light world when he enters the dark world. And then from then on just blip. Like Brando deleted it all. So out of luck there. I don't want to be out of luck. I want to enjoy the music. Getting that desirability won't come easy, but they all need it, or they all want it, rather. But I do think a large statue, or a large temple there will solve all my problems. Oh, well, we just started building up more prefects. Let's see if we get utterly leveled. These people still want... Do you have religious access? You don't. This damn... Oh, he's going there. Cool. Alright, so this might be good or bad. If they just charge through here, it's remarkably bad. But with any luck, the prefects are going to run over here and engage with the shirtless tribe.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
The city's defenses should never have let the enemy through.
The logic with the gaps here is that these prefects might spawn and go and engage there without having to wait for the pantsless tribe to come down this way. And that's not what they're doing. They're refusing to go up north. Good thing I didn't build industry here. Huh, okay, well, whatever. I would feel the same way. But yeah, the vast number of prefects we have are saving the day. You don't have library access? How is that even possible? The library's right there. How does it not go here when it goes there? Je ne sais pas. Alright, good job. I mean, other than the fact that Brelix is getting shanked.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá? Não se preocupe.
Just another day in the favela for Brelix as he dies. But there we go. The blue trousers warriors are extremely dead, and I'm extremely alive. And I feel quite good about it. Nicely done. So yeah, you are unhappy with the desirability around here, but the real problem isn't desirability, it's the lack of religious access. Which is weird, right? No, that was solved, so it's not weird. You do still, however, require some garden love. There you go, get something like that. I'm fine with hovels, honestly. I just haven't thought long and hard about how we're going to deal with the question of... Hold that thought. I might have to get rid of you in favor of an oracle here. Like, this is just way too undesirable in this entire area. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Nikki.
I've been thrown out on my own.
Why is there so much white noise on Nikki's recording? I'll never understand. Unemployment is growing at an alarming rate, and it's making people less pleased with me. It's because of all these people coming in, because I pack them in so efficiently. Oh well, when in doubt, the return of the water park. I'm not opposed to sponging up labour like that. As you can tell, because I do it quite often. It's just the right thing to do, you know? I reckon I can get these people with a library, but I'm wondering if the school children might actually flow out far enough. Ugh, there's no way a school child would ever go that far. Library it is. And once we get our marble in,
I love a good deal.
we'll slam in the oracle, and then all should be relatively good here. Although you really hate how undesirable it is, I can actually slightly reduce the amount of prefects in an attempt to make your life more palatable. How in the world does a librarian not go there? I think we need to watch what kind of walk you do, although I don't usually have time for this. Right, I could understand you getting lost in this. Wait, you despawn? How? Kiryu, what is going on? Why is the stairs eating my librarian? Please go north. Oh, he is going north. Wow, I did not expect him to do as I said. Yeah, bang, and the dirt is gone. Okay, where's my marble? Oh, wait. I told you to stop taking marble, that's the problem. I was wondering why it was taking forever to arrive and then not arriving. Yeah, Chinese fever dream right there. Devoured by escalator. Oh, it does this weird, like, bouncing back routine there, because sometimes I don't like going along corners. Okay, didn't get eaten this time, but here's the weird part. You again. I'm sorry, Caesar. Well, am I? I think I still paid you your tribute, right? Yeah. It's actually the tribute he took that threw me into debt there. People are pleased, but not very pleased, and I'm spending money on all this stuff. All right, here's the oracle, which I said I'd build. And I believe I also said I wanted a large statue here. Let's praise Venus. She's so good to us. And then let's stop accepting the marbles, please. That's one last bit of marble coming in, and then hopefully no more. I said hopefully no more. I said hopefully no more. Okay, good. They're taking the fishies away. We've got the insulae here. Still too much unemployment, I guess. The water fountain must be enlarged. There we go. Bring the unemployment down below 4% and all is well. And these guys will complain about bathhouse and whatnot. which is a bit of a shame. Uh-oh, inflation's continuing to hit. It only went up by 1, though. That's not a big deal. Da-dun, da-dun. I could actually get rid of 2 more of these and put the things that they need. Sounds like they need a bathhouse and a bit more desirability. Since I'm positive I'm making way too much food, here's what we're going to have. We're going to have a forum for tax collecting and a bathhouse for bathing. And then have a wild card space here for whatever. Hopefully they all get seen to. They might not though, but hopefully they do. How in the... what? I have no idea what's happening with this librarian. I see, he's doing that weird corner thing. Sometimes they cut a corner and they decide just to walk back. And it's infuriating. Not much I can really do for this kid. I can't really squeeze in anything for you. There is a small chance that if I put a school here, it would see to everybody. The chance is quite small, but I'm willing to take a small chance. I don't mind the school kids getting eaten by the escalators. Education, school, where do you go? Why are you water parking on a map where the privilege has been revoked? Because the prefects still need labor access, and I don't want to tent labor it. So, and I'm also fairly confident this is a good enough defense for anything that gets thrown at us on this end, at least for now. God knows what the map maker might have in store. We haven't been attacked from here, which is almost concerning. Actually, what is quite concerning is that the prefects are not engaging to the degree that I thought they would, so I might actually want this road coming out a lot further. Yeah, let's just hope not. Hoping is good. Now, to my incredible surprise, the bathhouse lady is covering these people. They don't like the undesirability, but otherwise they're quite happy. I could actually replace this with an oracle. Wait, do I have the marble for that? Yes, because of the non-consensual buying that we did. There you go. That just leaves a little problem here, and a little problem has a little solution. Oh, that is nice. You're still a little bit unhappy, but I can make you a little bit happy. Actually, I should really be using this tool. Your most desirable tool is here at 17. If we can add 3 here, we're done. 1, 2, 3, done. I'm just too good. I don't think the school kids are doing what I need them to do. Oh, far from it. Yeah, oh man, school kids are the worst. They just never go where you need them to go. Library access might... I'm not sure if this librarian actually goes down and does this loop, but I'm not going to bank on it. Could I maneuver the library slightly? I'm going to put it over there and see if that helps. But, you know, I don't really have the time to sit and monitor this library. The problem is if it stops and it cuts off all the access, all these people are going to devolve into disgusting large hovels. And they are fairly disgusting. I just want you to go down here and do the loop. It's not that difficult. Just stop getting eaten by the staircase. Oh, he didn't get eaten by the staircase. Can he go all the way without being eaten at all? Yeah, there we go. And this is one of the more aggravating things about Caesar 3. For some bizarre reason, you know, just the slightest movement and the walkers can change. Also, building other unrelated buildings can cause walkers to change. If I had to guess, there was something like he reached here, and then for whatever reason he decided he wanted to re-enter the library from this tile. Because it was diagonally adjacent, and diagonal adjacency can cause issues. But we're starting to get a little bit too esoteric. And, oh, I was talking about what do I do if there's an attack from here. Well, there's an attack from here now. The answer might be worry. Because the prefects don't seem to want to just go and charge them. If they're going to be coming anywhere, I'd really rather they came this way. Maybe I should make them have a slightly easier route like so. Let's try something like that. Oops, can't even build roads next to them. There you go. Get those prefects out here so I can funnel... Oh no, they do charge through the gatehouse. Well, that's kind of bad because that's going to aggro them, I think. Okay, they're deciding to go north through the little gap I made. I need that furniture for Toga Boy, so please don't destroy it. Those prefects are not massing up. I mean, they're continuing on their route rather than actually engaging the buggers. Goodbye gatehouse, goodbye Brelix. Goodbye my warehouse full of furniture. Yeah, oh, that's the good stuff. Oh no, they're just charging on through. City mood is getting ugly. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to drop taxes significantly then, especially in light of what's happening right now. Goodbye food. The gladiator's stepping up though.
I can see. I'm off to things seem to be. I'll teach you to come near my.
Okay, he did teach him to come near our city, but my peace rating is going down the toilet. Good thing it's not relevant for this map. Yeah, I can see Baron's lack of appreciation for this map now. Having to deal with invasions but not getting an army feels really bad. Especially with the awkward terrain. Hard to orchestrate defenses the way you want them to be. Oh well, it's no dung-kill oasis, as a certain German would tell me. I need to consider, am I actually going to meet the demands like this? Oh right, crumbs, the cost in marble is not insignificant. And I only have one bit of marble, so we're going to need to bring in a bit more. And I absolutely need my granary back before that runs out. The Internet Archive still has episode 5 backed up. I put it in the links Discord, says Warble. Thank you kindly. Well, that's excellent news. Alright, this is housing and housing, right? Yeah, houses, houses, and this is an oracle. Yeah, so the attacks here are unpleasant.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Spend that money on marble. Oh, that's right, I didn't run the numbers right, did I? Let's see, how long do I have to meet Caesar's demand? A year. A year for 8? Could be done. But why take the risk? Let's be sure that it is done. Sure that it is done. In comes the marbles. For the oracles. Yeah, that may or may not actually merge. Let's give it a chance like that. And City Mood is extremely pleased with me, so bring on the money again, please. I need it. We are paying 8 above Rome. Unemployment is low, so we should be able to... How quickly Caesar forgets all the money I shoveled onto him in the last mission. Jake, I just finished watching your Wintermeat playthrough and wanted to play Survival on my own again, and I saw Misery difficulty. Did you ever play that one? Yes, I don't recommend Misery. It adds some things that aren't really any fun, in my humble opinion. I didn't realize that this thing back here is still just a wee small casa. The desirability there is going to be a bit tough. Yeah, 13 being the best. Casa might be as good as I can do for you. I'm sure if I really put my mind to it, maybe with like a relocation of the warehouse, I could do it, but I don't think I will do it. Or slamming another large temple over here. You You know, I'm not actually opposed to another large temple. I've just gone and spent all of the money ever on marble, which was a mistake again. Which means I'm probably going to debt anniversary again. So let's hold off any thoughts about building projects until we are in a better space for it. Nice, we got our mergers. Yeah, so misery adds in a lot of afflictions which are unavoidable. They make you run slower, they make you able to hold fewer calories in your stomach, they make you take damage and take sprains more often. I mean, when you take a sprain, you take damage. And the biggest piss taker is the one that stops you being able to heal at all. Not a big fan of that one. Okay, we are on stockpile iron mode now. The iron will go into that warehouse until we ship it over to Caesar. So yeah, and otherwise the loot and everything else is just the same as Interloper for the most part, so just play Interloper. It's better. Yeah, I have a funny feeling that Consul Palmar might have taken the money again. Take that money and run. I need to be not in debt right now, game. Is that something you can allow me? Hold on. I stopped taking clay, which means I'm out of pottery. Oh boy, I need to re-enable that, like, now. Whew. Curiously, when it comes to pottery, 51. How many people can I support on 15 imported loads of clay? Because I don't think it's 50. I think it's... maybe it's 60. Okay, maybe I can handle it on 15, but when I get patricians, I'm going to need to import pure pottery. And there's not a lot of good money to end the year on.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I have a feeling Caesar's not going to be best pleased come January when his tribute is miserly.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I'm not buying any of this nonsense. Look at that, they sold me more marble than I was even meant to take in a year. So you're going to leave disappointed.
If it was up to me, I wouldn't sail this way. This city never buys anything or sells anything.
It's 20 houses per 5 a year. It's... yeah, I suppose. I'm pretty sure there's a bit of rounding to be had there. Like 20.25 per 5. Okay, well, to my surprise, we paid him his tribute and we didn't go into the red, which is a wonderful combination. Just like my city is a wonderful place to live. And the food is piling back up, which is nice. Prosperity doesn't look too bad, which is also nice. Yeah, because looking at it, there are 2 hovels which are intentional and 1 small casa which is unintentional. And in terms of fruit, we have 15. And again, that's 15 times 160 into 76, right? That serves 31, and we definitely have 31 here, so I have no problem building another large temple here. Let's do a large temple to Mercury. Industry kept us going, and that should allow this small casa to evolve to a small insulae. Because this 10 desirability will become 17 desirability. Oh, the 19 is the bigger one. And that 19 can be made 20. Oh, okay, so time for some esoteric Caesar 3 stuff. So under here, I guess we can rotate the map to help us out. We have this this large casa here. In order for the large casa to become a small insulae, it needs one of its tiles to be 20 desirability. This one is 19. Well, that's pretty good. If I put a garden here, the garden will increase it by 1 because it has a range of 3, and it at 1 tile it does +3 desirability, at 2 tiles it does +2, and at 3 tiles it does +1. So this is going to rise up to 20. Blonk, and that's going to make them evolve. Blonk. But I don't want this garden here because it counts as a shortcut along this road, and that might mess up some walker direction, especially when I want people walking through this granary so that they can affect the insulae here. So I'm going to delete the garden. But Jake, that's going to make this little tile here down to 19. Yes, however, that house will be satisfied with 19, and it won't devolve until it hits, I forget if it's 18 or 17. But I'm telling you right now, it will not devolve. 19 desirability. Complaining, but not devolving. I was able to source this kind of information thanks to having the desirability overlay actually show the exact numbers. The tolerance goes all the way up to +4 at Luxury Palace.
Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
Life here is alright. Thanks for noticing. Still living a bit on tender hooks, especially if I have a big attack from over here, because I worry they're going to cut my water. But maybe that's all the more reason to have more of a defense here. Because what I could do is have another big line along here of prefects. And they could actually get their labor access from here, which would get their services from here. Although I did say I wanted my patricians here. Maybe I could put the patricians in a considerably safer location. It's not like I need a lot of population anyway, right? Population capacity of my city right now is 4132. And I probably only need a handful of half-decent villas to get up to the top. Yes, I would have to do that trick again if this place devolved for another reason. Although there's no reasonable reason for them to devolve. Except currently, I suppose, lack of pottery is a pretty good reason. The markets are running a bit brassic on the pottery front. There's not really any point in building more pottery workshops. That's not the problem. The problem is no clay. The clay is coming in now, so we will solve our problems. I could solve them by just importing pottery, but pottery is expensive. Shot myself in the foot by ignoring my pottery for a while. That might not be the only shooting that we do. Need more iron for Toga Boy. Where's my furniture? This warehouse has no workers. For some reason, they refuse to walk over here and get labor access. That's a problem for a man who needs this. I'm going to do this, which might force his walker to come down here and get labor access. I just need to force it for a little bit, but for the love of God, I need you to get that. There is this problems thing that shows the walker just not going down here and getting labor access. Come on. Just a tickle. Just a little tickle. There we go. And now you get all the furniture. And that's what Toga Boy's after. That is a problem, though. Why did you suddenly change your walker direction? I think it has to do with the new buildings being built here. But yeah, every single walk he did was going up along here, finding nothing, and then going back. Ugh. Walker system, man. It blows. Anyway, Toga Boy gets his furniture. At least we have that going for us. Might mean I need to reposition this warehouse with that in mind. I mean, the warehouse being here is a silly thing anyway, but I'm going to migrate you one tile up, and we're going to hope that that's enough. It's hoping is all we can do. I've only got 2 getting warehouses for pottery, so hopefully with the influx it should sort itself out, but things like this make me worry. That market's providing all these ones with pottery. A devolution is likely due soon. Dun dun dun. I don't have a ton of unemployment to draw from for my patricians. I have all of this, but it might not be enough. 199 months until defeat. Thank goodness there's not a peace rating. I wouldn't be able to get my peace rating up to 100 from this point. And if there are more damages done, it just wouldn't happen, period. So there's some pottery. You're not going for it yet. And you're not going for it yet. But you will when the next batch of pottery comes in. And then all should be well, provided the houses can hold. But the houses will not hold because the marketplaces are out. So there'll be some devolution here. Of that, I'm all but certain. Toga Boy's actually happy for once. Okay, it says he's angry, but for me that's happy. Cease the stockpiling of iron for now. I don't know where they're scraping the last of their pottery from, but it's not from this warehouse. It's been so long since I've had local pottery on a map. Rightfully so. Local pottery means you can have as much small insulae as you want with no real upfront costs. But I do still miss it. Jeez, man, the unemployment figures. Cooking these books doesn't come easy.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Better checking the gods, by the way. I am flipping around with favoritism here. Neptune and Mars don't have a large temple, but they're still happy enough because of all of my oracles. And black market urns and mugs. Okay, there goes one batch of pottery. That'll take care of these guys, but this place needs its pottery. Yeah, they're really running low. These insulae are about to devolve. This one will be okay because this market still holds on to some pottery. But there'll be devolution across here, of that I'm certain. It's not stupendously bad, though. We were prepared for this. What I'm not prepared for is how I expand my city. I have the money, but my lack of unemployment leaves me a little bit antsy. I mean, how many spare water workers do I have here? 380, huh? Probably like 200 people I can draw from here, and then another 70. That's not a lot of workers for patricians, so I think I need a mixed patrician and plebeian area here. I'm going to quickly run to the stolen maths page to double check just how many people I can have in here. I have a calculator that I stole off of Blobber to figure out how many people I could... You know what? Why don't I share it with you? I've shared it a few times on stream. And I can do it again here. Just give me a second to calibrate it, because it's all kinds of not looking right. There you go. Well, first I soft fade it in so I don't flashbang you, because I don't like being flashbanged. And then I need to diddle it a bit, like doing that. Moving it along, expanding it a lot. There we go. So this is just a little calculator for figuring out your prosperity cap. There is a nice thing in the game now that will show prosperity cap, but Grand Villa is the best building we can put in. True or false? True, because that's one wine type. Let's assume I build 8 of them. And let's assume that we keep our 2 small hovels. I could make them large hovels, but let's keep them small for now. And then I had, what, like 51 small insulae right now? Let's assume I end up with 70. That works out pretty well. If I have 8 grand villas, 70... Wait, that's medium insulae. That still works out fine. Our prosperity cap ends up at 104 with this, and the population goal is met. Let's assume I can't make that. What if we had 6 villas instead? No, looks like I'm going to need at least 7 grand villas, preferably 8. Yeah, we want to aim for 8 grand villas. Okay. Now, I could boost my prosperity considerably by having medium insulae instead, but Jake does not like medium insulae. In fact, on his tier list, he rates them at the very bottom, next to small shacks and small villas. They're really, really, really bad. And I don't like how they look, but I admit they look less anemic than the small insulae. Bleh to them. Anyway, point is I'm going to need to cram in 8 grand villas around here. That'll certainly solve any and all money issues. Although money issues are largely solved as is. There's no way I'm going to get this furniture right. I would definitely set up my own furniture production here. I'm going to clear these higher points of their forests and try and figure out where I'd want to build things. It's really cozy along the wall here. Yeah, I mean, we've got food access, we've got mighty Wharfin Power Rangers here. Yeah, these 1, 2, 3 wharves would probably feed my patricians no problem, because the fishing point is really close to them. And then we've got all the stuff here. The problem is the food. So I think I would absolutely need to have bridging across here, so that when I import the grain doesn't have to go 1.5 miles to get to the patricians. And there's another helpful little native here. He helps you by giving you experience in rebuilding your city when you accidentally build on any of these tiles, and then all of the natives rise up and burn your city down to the ground. So let's be very helpful and not build on that. In fact, it's so important. How about we just put a road over here to remind ourselves, don't build here until you placate this fool. And maybe I should do the same over here. I don't like doing this because roads are not free, but it seems prudent to remind myself not to build there. Thank you, helpful native. You can do it with gardens as well, but gardens are more expensive than roads. Small casas are too low in your rating. I don't like small casas, Julio. They don't give you more taxes than hovels. The prosperity rating is kind of insignificant. And I don't see the value in small hovels. I always used to. You know, you love... sorry, I don't see the value in small casa. When I was a player long ago, I loved the casa because it's the best you can do without giving them pottery. So you can get this just by having food, but to what extent do I care about this over a hovel? It mulches some more people in there, right? 68 is significantly more than 52, but they don't really do anything of value. But the hovel, oh, the mighty hovel. So much money for nothing. Not quite on casa level, but hey-ho. Right, so I'm trying to think how exactly I'm building this up. I need to take advantage of the fact that this area is safe. They'll invade from here and here, but I reckon we're going to have one big militant patrician force over here. That patrician force will need to be getting access to labor. And that labor will need to be fed. So actually I think what we do is we have a very modest farm set up for some small insulae over here. Although it's looking like a very modest farm setup. It's difficult to feed these freaks. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that just locks you out altogether. So there's not really any point in building this when I could just put you, and then something else around here. And then, of course, this is farmable, but it's extremely awkward. Ah, hello. We can get some higher level farming. Oh, that's delectable. That's much better than putting them down here where they're going to block things off. So I reckon what happens is we do a good farming estate here, and then we actually have our people living up here, and we can have the labor access here because we can have cliff dwellers. Yes, that's good. And that actually does speak towards having the fruit farm here, because then the road can come along. I like it. I like it a lot. Good, that even gives me room for 2x2 along here. I keep saying 2x2 as if 2x2 is a word. Sounds weird sometimes. Da-dun, da-dun. Alright, so we get our house. Well, the housing is assuming that there is actually space for 2x2 mergers over here, which there should be. Can't imagine all of this being impossible to merge. How would you look at that? We got loads of space for them. Ba-bum, ba-bum. A couple of them over here would go a long, long way. Alright, well, let's hope there's not an immediate attack here, because I am poised and ready to make this into a barbarian killing pit. But one way or another, they are going to be providing labor access for my... I'll do it like this. I'm not too opposed to just having the prefects being right on the front lines. Although I do want it to be something of a loop. A loop with a little bit that lips out is fine. Please tell me I didn't just build that on land he considers his own. 1, 2, 3... No, just barely not. But he does need to be placated before I start making mistakes here. Which is entirely what's going to happen if I keep this up. For now, though, let's get these farms going. Because that gives me an idea of just how many people I can feed around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 160 is 1,120 people into 76 for medium, small insulae rather. 14 of them. Well, that's 2 of them right there. I really don't think size is going to be much of a concern. Not a very normal loop here. Some might say not a loop at all, which is why we're going to make it a loop. But that does mean that the humble missionary shouldn't have a big deal going there, but he might. He might really cause me some problems. Let's just put him down and hope that he doesn't do stupid things. All I need him to do is go from here to here. But if he goes along this way, he's going to get about this far and then double back. And if he goes this way, there's a 50% chance he goes along here and muddles me up big time. So just don't screw me, man. Get him taking care of that, and then everything should be fine. We can build up plenty of housing and supplies and things. We are probably going to have to start importing pottery, which isn't a big deal, because the pottery gets shoved over here with everything else. And then the other places just get it. So not a problem is what I'm saying. That won't be enough. I do want some labor access here from the get-go. It's very desirable over here by all of these apple farms, so I should be taking advantage of that. And if there's one thing I love to do in life, it's take advantage. Considering the utility of a 3x3 building there. And that's not in the way of any of this. Good, very good. Yeah, that just gets me some starting housing. Actually, why don't I just put down all the housing? Right, as long as I'm not in the way of anybody, of any native activity. So basically in here is fine. And there's plenty of space for that. So I've already built up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm allowed 14 of them. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 14 and we're done. Seems simple enough. Where does the granary go? Why are you asking so many questions? I don't ask you loads of questions. The granary goes here. No, it doesn't, because then this guy won't work at all. Granary is also an undesirable building. Granary goes here. Granary gets in the way of the nice 3x3 that I had planned here if I do that. Okay, then granary goes here. Yep. What a weird noise that... What is that sizzling meant to be? Such a strange noise, although I don't know how I would make a noise for a granary if I were in charge of the audio design of this game. Alright, get in there. This is going to hurt me a little bit because the people will be unhappy about my tax regime. And I've done it at the end of the year, so my prosperity rating is going to tank, but that's okay. As long as I have about 10 years left in the clock, I can always bring the prosperity from, you know, like 20 all the way up to 100 without too much fuss. Sounds like ropes to me. Rope hoisting. What a great word. Hoisting. Alright, the Emperor is supposedly grateful for what I've done. How am I meant to get favor 100, by the way? He can't ask for an army. Okay, like I said, it's a good chance that the native guy is not actually going to deal with these things. It's not a huge deal. I can build another native hut just to make absolutely certain that this is taken care of, but I'd rather he just went there.
Work hard.
Greetings. I've heard there are jobs here.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence. I work hard. I like to play hard, but I can't here. There's nothing to do for fun.
No pop filter on the original recording for the voice actors. What a shame.
I don't mind pushing a cart. It's more entertaining than the rest of this city. I don't...
Boring? That's what they say about this place, despite my valiant efforts.
I work as hard as I can, but there's still nothing like enough entertainment in this town.
Good. Maybe the mapmaker forgot that you don't pay yourself a wage to bribe Caesar with. No, I can pay myself a clerk's salary, but it's not much. It is a slight positive, but it's a lot of micro and it's deeply unpleasant. Right, one way or another, we're going to need some revenge-engineering around here. There you go. Are we seeing to these natives or not? No, but look at that pathetic range that he has. He's so bad. He is the worst walker in the game. Come on, you can do it. No, he can't.
I'm so glad to be Roman. You should see what these barbarians get up to in their huts.
There we go. That's kind of a shame having to put 2 for this loop, but oh well. Right, it's December. I want to merge as many of these as possible before they start destroying my prosperity rating. Prosperity is currently 42. I anticipate it falling like a rock in January. Making these mergers is part of my plan to make it not hurt so badly. I once again didn't think about watering these people, but my belief is that watering them will be very easy. Am I right to believe that? I don't see why I wouldn't be. And you there, and you there. I don't want to block this as a potential way for things to go past. But that should take care of everything, right? Can I get a road around you? Absolutely. That does infringe on that 3x3 spacing that I mentioned earlier, so I'm actually going to build this as well. Reservoirs do not cost labor, despite the game claiming that they do. Reservoir supply pipe access. When you build a new reservoir and it has water supply and laborers. No, reservoirs do not require laborers. Bad game, spreading lies. Just like the game manual that says build wide roads so that your people have space to walk in them. Complete lies. Right, get that water flowing, give me an idea of where I can water these plebeians. Seems not unreasonable to put water here. That covers most of you. That covers all of you, and then just anything here will cover the rest of you. That'll do nicely. And then huzzah! Just like that, we have large tents, which don't body slam my prosperity rating quite so hard, although it still gets slammed a bit. Why am I still turbo taxing people? I thought I said I'd lower it to make people happier. Turbo tax it is. I think I put the forum in here, because then they're just going to walk around and that covers you as well. I love taxing people. I think it's high time we got rid of some of these superfluous temples. Let's start with you, Mercury. These people can praise Mercury. And then just give them a bit of everything. How's the health rating? The health is good. The health will slightly decline, but then it'll boost again when I have my patricians. Then they don't deserve it, do they? No, certainly not. They do, however, deserve a library. They will deserve an amphitheater. Yeah, I thought this was good for a 3x3, but it really infringes on a lot of possible 2x2s. Tons of them. Maybe it would be more sensible to put it over there. And then I can have desirable buildings next to people that like having desirable buildings. This is a good place for an oracle, all things considered. Put a theater here. The library already exists. I anticipate a need for an oracle anyway. Yeah, let's just slam it down. What else is needed for these people? Bathhouse has to go somewhere. I'll just shank it in here. They're going to need a couple of annoying buildings, the Gladiator School and the Actor Colony. And of course this helpful native is in the way to stop me from plonking it down there. Love the helper natives. Maybe I do need to use this space here for a 3x3. Alright, Gladiator School and Actor Colony. And you do need both of these unless you have incredibly good coverage for lots of theatres, lots of amphitheatres and coliseums within your city. Although if you do have that and a hippodrome, you can get away, or a hippodrome rather, you can get away with not having either a gladiator school or an actor colony. Very handy. Because they are huge buildings. I'm losing my train of thought, which is bad. Let's try and get it back. I need a warehouse somewhere here. Of course, I've given myself no space for a warehouse. Ata. And the helpful native continues to be very helpful. Concerning. If I don't have a place for a warehouse, I can't get them their goods.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
I could do something slightly barbaric and actually pull this road out and around you, and then the warehouse goes here, but it's a very undesirable neighbor. In which case I would shift it with you. This is unorthodox, but let's do this. Ah, right, I cut this off and now everything's exploding. Ah, well, let them explode for now. So my thought is amphitheater goes here. Of course, all these walkers get in my way. Donk. That's just other things exploding, don't worry about it. I'm not worrying about it. And then I can enjoy the warehouse being here. And in fact, I could actually bring this road out like that and enjoy more 2x2 spaces. These both have access. Everything has access. Your job will be to get pottery. And I am still going to want my mission post, or else the chimping out will continue. Alright, hopefully that's enough for everyone here. Except I've forgotten something quite vital. The marketplaces. And would you look at that, I can just have 3 here and they'll take care of assumedly everything. Kaboom, kaboom. That's okay, that's just the engineer not having walked over here. Relics, get to work.
Esses negócios estão prontos pra quebrar. Cheguei bem na hora, hein?
Brelix's voice so quiet in all of this. I think he's suppressing his voice. A lot of people do that when they have to do some voice acting. Or some speaking in general. They don't have confidence in their own voice, so they kind of, you know, just... No. Most people have a good enough voice. I mean, some people it's like nails on a chalkboard, but hardly their problem. Don't forget to protect the area of prefects. I'm getting to that. The people are here now. I'm just contemplating... Well, maybe I shouldn't contemplate anything. The attacks can come at any moment. We get no forewarning about being attacked. So let's just erect these on the double. And again, I'm not afraid about them exploding from immediate attacks. Because the enemies would spawn. They'd maybe clear 1, 2, if they're lucky, 3 of my prefects. But then what? Then the other prefects just descend upon them. Your peace rating does not get injured by prefects, engineer posts, walls, towers, gatehouses, or tents being destroyed. That's a lot of labor that's going to be sucked up. Oh well, suck we shall. I want the engineer quite far away from the dangers, although he might not be able to make it over there if I put him there. Put him here instead. Oops. Maybe I can even put him over here. I'm certain he'll be able to do that loop. Oh, I suppose I'm all but certain he'll be able to do that loop. Alright, significant lack of pottery. We are actually going to import pottery. I'm a bit worried about lots of things, not least of all you. Desirability dropped. 15, 18, 17. Alright, well that's not difficult to deal with. That will take care of it. That'll take care of it. Just want to show my little trick again, obviously. These people get their food, get their religion, get everything.
Everywhere you look in this city, there are job vacancies.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. We need to take care of it. Flushing Meadows is now being decommissioned temporarily. And it is temporary because workers will arrive here, or immigrants rather, will arrive here and solve my problems. But for now, I need the excess workforce to fill any gaps. Wait, job vacancies isn't a problem because it's just prefects. Prefects are in the bottom of the pile. And if I immediately get attacked, I can take care of that. Okay, overreacted there. Oh well. Better than not reacting at all. There are quite a few walkers that might not go over here. And if any of them don't, they're not going to be able to reach the level of housing that I need them to. Which is fine, I can delete this and it's no big deal. I mean, for example, this priest refuses to go up this little bit here, which is fine. I can hardly expect him to be doing that. As long as he sees to everybody else, I guess we're okay.
That fat lady up. This city is a reasonable place.
It's not unreasonable, but let's get some pottery in. And like I say, I want this excess of labour here to man the defences, and with the defences erected, I can quite happily build up my patricians. Now, where those patricians go exactly and how they're serviced is a different matter entirely. I said I want 8 of them, and 8 is no small number of patricians, especially when your land looks like this. If this just wasn't here, if this single big elevated land wasn't here, I'd have something this size to build patricians on, and it would be easy, oh so easy. But the stairways, the elevated land, it can cause a whole lot of problems for you. I suppose on the plus side, we are only making grand villas, which aren't too difficult to make. And the more I think about it, the more I reckon they're going to be here, because I can get my fish, I can get my fruit, and I can get wheat imported here. Shouldn't be too difficult. Did you give up on using the elevated area with that library placement? Oh, you mean this part? There was no point to using it, in my opinion. What would I even put here? The stairway would just mean a lot of chaos for bringing things over. There's quite a bit of a strain on the pottery and the clay now. I need quite a bit of it imported.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
And I'm already importing a fair bit of both. More fountains? There's... Well, I mean, why? We have 1% unemployment. There is, for city mood, no difference between 0% unemployment, lacking workers, and 4.999% unemployment. The moment you hit 5% unemployment is the point where you go, ah, crumbs, let's do something about that. And then we do. There is something I could do here. I could actually just throw down a little temple for you, because it's possible they're getting everything else. When it comes to entertainment, they are getting the same access as the others are. When it comes to education, the librarian doesn't walk there. But it's not to say I still can't do anything for them. We could use ablative school-related armor. It's not been done before. We'll do something like this. I mean, we're on the precipice of war with the natives here, so I'll give them a statue to temple to Mars as well. There you go. Improves desirability too. Boy, Gino de Tauga wants his fruits, does he? Well, I can solve that by saying I accept fruits here. There'll be a little bit of overproduction every now and then. Just shove them in there, and then eventually Toga Boy will take that away, and I'll be happy, I think. I'll try and be happy. There will be an attempt. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it's not very desirable here, but that's why I left these gaps in the center to flood them with very desirable gardens. Looking good. Looking very good. Oh, that is so good. How am I so good at this game? What in the world came together to make this so good for me? And why are the school kids not giving you access to education? How is this possible? Education, schools. Where are those kids going? Oh, okay. Well, they are hitting you up. I guess the school just took a while to get its labor access, which does happen. We're getting the fruits rather swiftly, aren't we? Alright, and I trust that my taxation rate is nice and high. That could be a lot higher, though. I'm a little worried about why it's so low. Something to do is a bit of a spot check and make sure that everybody's actually paying the same amount of taxes. For example, 133? Why would these people be paying less? The forum walker probably doesn't pass them properly. Or they took longer to get all their immigrants after they got torched earlier. That's another possibility. 171, 171, 171, 17... Ah, a little bit of a drop over here, huh? Yeah, the forum walker isn't doing everything I need them to do. I'm going to put down another forum. It's not unexpected, given they could branch off here and here, but it's unacceptable to me that people ever don't pay their taxes. More taxing. And these guys, it's hard to say at this early stage whether or not everybody is fully committed to paying taxes. The inherent human need to evade taxation. But look at that, he's happily going all the way around.
I'm off to collect more.
Det här huset betalar verkligen
Så lite skatt.
att det är slöseri med min tid.
So I made a new friend the other day when I was walking around in Sheafolk. We were chatting for like an hour over by the lake. And he was talking about how he was heading off for Dindins with some chaps he knows. And he said, oh yeah, and they're Swedes. And I just thought, of course. There is no escape. Well, that's unsporting. Toga Boy wants me to import some wine just to give him that very wine. Needs must. This place that gets the oil will accept the wine. Hopefully it doesn't overflow with wine, though. Could represent a problem. I guess I'd better accept the pain that's going to come my way with regards to importing wheat as well. Maybe I can shove the wheat and the wine in the same place? No, I want both to always be available. The way this is fine. It probably won't be long until I stop exporting oil. It's not worth that much money. It's not worth nothing, though. I make over $1,000 in oil per year, and we're not quite at the turbo money part of making a city yet. I want to be, though. Turbo money is what I'm born for. Desirability here is capping out at 19, which tells me that is going to make it evolve. Bonk. So this looks okay. It's not great, but small casa just are very good for a lot of reasons. Little unhappy that some of these people are not getting access to workers. There you go. 7 in warehouse. This isn't overstocking the way I would like it to. What I can do is temporarily tell it to not accept the fruits, and then the fruits will get banged in there, and then I'll swiftly send it over to Caesar and then re-enable everything. Unemployment is growing too much. I'll take care of you. But I need to work on my patricians real soon, which means I need to plan the patricians, which means I need money to plan the patricians. I'll get on it, though. And you better believe I am not going to keep importing that wine for now. That was entirely too much wine.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
I thought it was pronounced wheat. Of course it's pronounced wheat. That's why there's an H there. Wheat. Like a whistle. $15 in warehouse. There you go. And this thing can continue to accept wheat, accept fruit. Am I okay with you continuing to accept fruit? Not really, because you might eventually block the pottery, and it's of vital importance that the pottery gets over here. Yeah, the map design here is kind of tight. But I've got all this space for the patricians. I really don't think it'll be that tough. I just need some seed money to make it happen. Prosperity at 45. The prosperity should cap out at 50 currently. Maybe a little below 50. 48 maybe. But not as low as 45. So how are we looking at this? This is where I'd really like to be able to ghost things. I'm going to save. Currently. There's already some nice elevated land here, which gives +10 to desirability. And if I kind of mulch them around some high desirability buildings, it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Could be large temples, could be oracles. Could even be like a cross of oracles between these. But I gotta remember, I need 8 of these guys. feel like I have to do cliff dwelling in a lot of my maps recently. I like cliff dwellings, but maybe I don't like being forced to do them all the time. There's an argument for putting the housing actually down, because it gives me better space for putting these service buildings. But I think that's foolish. I shouldn't invert it like that. What I should do is just have them all up here so that I can... how would that work anyway? There's not going to be a lot of space for stuff in the middle here. I think what I would do is I'd have a very basic block that includes tax collection, but otherwise just gives them desirability. So I'd have, I don't know, large temples, oracles. We can't have statues, of course, but I'd have that up here. And then around the outside is where everything else happens. They're going to have to get their labor access from the patricians, though, which could prove a little awkward. So let's start by building the road around here. Now, I hate those stairways. I hate them a lot. Do I hate them enough to pass them by? The trouble here is that this loop is too big for there to be one set of service buildings that does everything. And yeah, that is a problem. Is it possible that this isn't the place that I should be doing this? Because 8 is a lot of these things to shove in. Let's consider what we're working with here for a second. I can put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So actually what I reckon is really going to happen is we have the access here, and then this can be seen to by just one assortment of buildings. Won't be easy, but it could be done. Something like this. But that also gives me some more space up here to give them further access to goods. In fact, their goods can come from this side and their services can come down here. So the warehouses, the markets, the tax collection is done on this side. Okay, I'm fine with that. Now the question comes, how do I cram all these people in? Not trivially. Where did the counting start anyway? Did it start from here? Did it start from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think I started there. I probably start from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so we start from here, huh? That's making things a little bit more awkward. Because it means the road has to hit there. Couldn't not be done, though. Not great, but it'll work. Well, I'll make it work, let's put it that way. Right, I need these to be very controlled in how they're built. So if we know that our first 3x3 is up here, then you can be built, and that's fine. The next one has to go around here, that's less fine. Wait a second, something isn't adding up. You tell me the second one was here. Yeah, that's good, except it's not. Which means I need you here and you to grow up that way. Ugh, the merges here are very, very undesirable. Yeah, very undesirable indeed, but well, I gotta do what I gotta do, which is win. Oh, this could go very badly with the way that you walk around here. Because they could cut a corner here and then not give access to you? So you have to go there, so then at least you're guaranteed coverage here, and then you need to go out in that direction. Hey, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. There's number 5. Number 6 is going to go around here. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goes here. Again, the mergers are being extremely unpleasant. But you can go there. If that is 6. Is that really it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think in my head there was a bit more space here. Like you were able to fit in there or something, or there. You can fit in there, actually. You go there. And then you're there. Right, right. But that will work, because I can shove you here. You'll still have guaranteed access to that. And then I can shove you here. 2, 1, 2. Ooh, all that thought. That doesn't quite work. If you grow up into that and then you grow down here, then that's fine. Okay, okay, this is beyond awkward, but it should work. Slight problem, of course, is making all this work with the existing roads. Doesn't seem easy, because the roads are going to have to change. So we have to build this with a view that, yes, in time, it will look different due to me moving the roads. For now, though, this will do us. I would quite like this to be a loop of sorts, though. And we ignore the accursed stairway, because stairways are cursed. Alright, how about that? Oof. This has a lot of problems with it. But so be it. We'll solve these problems as things go. Really does not afford me a lot of space to get these goods. Maybe I actually need to come down here. Okay, so this road was maybe a bit too much and too soon. I don't think we need to worry too much about the stairway, all things considered. We might have to worry a little bit about labor access, though. Although I could just put down some paltry little housing here. They would eat wheat, which worries me a bit. Hate it when my houses eat wheat. Just thinking about the best way to handle this. This will grow out to here, but that's not amazing labor access, just rubbing across this tiny little bit that won't even exist until you reach large villa size. But it's worth keeping in mind that I need labor access down here anyway, because they're going to get their food, they're going to get their fish from here. Yeah. So let's not worry about that too much. These freaking stairways bother me so much, because I'm thinking about loops that, or not loops, but paths that would even allow me to go from wharf here to the wharves here and the fishing here, and then just this thing gets in the way, as raised ground often does. And then of course there's this asshole getting in my way. It could of course be mission posted, and I likely will have to. Yeah, because one way or another this is going to have to link up to here. And I'll have my warehouses and possibly granaries down here, and the marketplaces go down and get that. And the marketplaces should hopefully loop this plenty of times, and then we have extra stuff here. Could also put marketplaces down here You know, the market ladies here do the food and the market ladies here do goods, which is maybe even more reasonable because there's a lot of space to have warehouses over here. Yes, indeed there is. Okay, I like that idea the more I think about it. So down here it's going to be Granary City. That's fine. Nary a problem with that. But they still need some kind of labor access. Dun dun dun. Not the end of the world to have some house here and here as this runs along. What am I even trying to build here, though? It's hard to envision without the any of the other buildings here, actually. Because we're going to have some rudimentary farming down here. And when it comes to wharfing, we can only fit 2 wharves over here. And I do actually think I'm going to need a 3rd wharf to feed this many patricians. Do I actually, though? It's only about 800 people. No, actually 2 wharves here should be sufficient. It might just take a little bit of time for them to build up that food. But two wharves here with that kind of range to the fishing spot's actually pretty good. On the other hand, do I really want to take those risks? Not really. That way you can definitely go over to there, and I could have another granary over here that gets in addition. So that gets delivered in here, this one gets. Okay, that does make sense to me, but not until this place gets placated, or else everything is going to be burned to the ground. Oh, well, that changes matters. You don't actually work. You don't have road access. Oh, right. Yeah, this bit of water is in the way from that thing working. You won't work there either. We have another emergency access to fish. We do. You are emergency access to fish. Pretty good access on top of that. Alright, well, once I placate you, we'll deal with that. And we also need a shipyard, and also for some reason I have no money. Don't know how that happened. Where'd all my bloody money go? It's not like Caesar took a lot of it away. I guess I spent quite a lot importing all that wine and the marbles. And the pottery, for that matter. Whew. You know, I really, really thought this map would be easy. I took one look at it and thought, come on. Well, maybe not quite level, but I did think it was below my pay grade. Let's put it that way. And instead what's happened is I have actually been pushed quite hard on it. Harder than I would have imagined. But I'm glad, because it feels good to be pushed. Let's get labor access here, and here, and possibly even here. One way or another, it won't be difficult to feed these people. Actually, the more I think about it, wheat should be here. And then the fish and the fruit should be here. Then these people will only eat the fruit, which I can easily overproduce, and the wheat I can deal with in another way. Okay, that works very well for me. Excellent. Glad we came to that conclusion. You will get meat. You will accept meat. I'm going to go into debt a bit here, but that's probably not a problem. The shipyard will build up the boats for my people. It'll make this a little bit undesirable, probably. They'll deal with it. They'll re-evolve when I build up the good stuff later on. And then, like I said, I want them to be eating tons of fruit around here. The fruit can go into a granary over here with no real consequence. No high ground farming here, it seems, though that's not a problem per se. Do I need to delete another row of trees? Yeah, okay. Oh, that doesn't magically make it into an invasion point. We still know this area is safe, so it's no big deal. How are we doing this? There's quite a lot of low housing access, but I've got no problem giving them little bits here and there of amenities. It's mostly destination walkers walking around here anyway. Yeah, it's not a problem. Don't let anyone tell you that it will be. And then the fruit farms, which deliver to here, because this place, of course, only accepts fruit. How many of them are we going to need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 6 will do. Just spitballing this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just want to leave some possible routes for expansion around here, just in case. And that shouldn't be too far for them to go, right? It's a bit far, but they'll be fine. That's what I'll tell myself. And then I want the buildings not to explode on me. Fiery vengeance. We'll just cover all our bases here. Donk, donk, and Roy donk. That should be okay. The engineers have a long travel range anyway. Caesar chimps out. There we go. It's technically above your pay grade because of the clerk promotion. Oh, let's not remind ourselves of that. At least we got a lot of favour from giving Toga Boy what he wanted. Unsurprisingly, this devolved. Could I very surprisingly re-evolve it? What's its actual desirability level? 16. Yeah, okay. Shipyards are very undesirable. And I don't think there's any way I could jam just a little bit more desirability in to keep it okay without doing some rearrangement. At least nothing I'm willing to do. I can live with a single small casa until these wharves get their ships. They'll need their water as well. Wait a second, as is often the case, I didn't think about how I water these people. Fortunately, though, I didn't really have to. There was 101 different ways to bring water up to the better members of society. And hey, would you look at that? I left myself this opening around the side, as if to say, let's keep that there for all these people. They are not going to be happy about my taxing ideas, but they should be few enough in number not to rise up against me. People are disgruntled. I wonder why. Alright, alright. I will temporarily decrease tax rate to keep everybody happy. A few months of 4% tax, they'll forget all about the high taxes, and then high taxes will return with a vengeance. Not much I can do about these one by ones, though, right? I have plans for the way that they're going to evolve, and they're going to have to evolve that way. So I'm going to stick them in with roads to kind of force their hand in the way that they do evolve. But I also need to keep in mind mentally where and how they're going to evolve for myself, or else I'm going to be in trouble. And that's going to be difficult. Which is to say, it's not going to be easy. We have hit 5k though. Oh yeah, my city totally looks like this. Hippodrome, Colosseum, Luxury Palace, Senate. At least I've got large temples going. Alright, I need you to be big. Bigger. There we go.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
Yeah, see. City's great. Good even. I hope you do deliver it to that granary. It is, let's see, like 11 away from you, and this one is more than that away from you, but I don't know how it measures the distance.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
Benevolence. Having a hard time getting all that pottery in. I am importing it, right? I'm importing pottery. I'm importing clay. We're churning through it as fast as we can. Well, importing can be a pain, especially with so few ships being sent my way. so unhappy all the time. What is Caesar's problem? Well, my people are pleased with me. I'd like them to be a little bit more pleased with me, to the point where I might even throw a little festival for them. And then in July, my tax policy is being readjusted. Hope they don't mind too much. Oh wow, the markets are dead on arrival when it comes to pottery. I guess this guy just went through a period of not being able to get enough pottery from here. It is concerning, though.
I can't wait to
There
do
are
some
so
trading
few
here.
ships I get each
love
year.
A good deal.
I do think it's based on just how many units they're willing to send you each year. But that's not information I can claim to really know. Right, the food will pile up, but that's only one of the many things I need to solve to get my patricians online. My current amount of money is a big thing I need to solve right now. He needs to borrow like 20 quid, what an insult against Rome itself. Well, the amount of money I'm spending on pottery is a bit more of a tangible insult upon Rome itself. Do-diddly-do-do. I actually think I need my clay and pottery workshop to be closer. Warehouse, rather. Too much time is being spent going back and forth to this workshop, so I'm just going to turn you off for now. In fact, you are going to be set to emptying this warehouse, so you get everything over here.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
As they should, but I also need people to pay their taxes, or else I'm in hot water. Relics, you need to tend to this dock. Or not.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho. Nada
He's
se
too
preocupa.
busy saying that life is perfect. Okay, I have issues with how things are going to go. There's a lot of stuff I need imported or otherwise moved over here for my future patricians, and a lot of buildings that I need to build for them. I'm not thrilled at the prospect, mostly because of a lack of money, but if I sit down and don't make enough money, then time passes, prosperity doesn't grow, Caesar gets angry. It's not good for me. And of course, the sooner I have my patricians, the sooner I make ultra money off of them. And I'd be much happier not seeing all of these tents everywhere because they also lower city mood. And as it stands right now, people are pleased with me. As long as I don't let unemployment grow too much, that won't be a big deal. But I do need some stocked up warehouses, and that continues to be a bit bothersome. So I guess to that extent, what I'm going to have are warehouses over here that have the goods, and a warehouse into a granary, probably two warehouses into a granary over here that feed my needs for wheat. I'd rather the wheat was done over here. Just a bit more convenient overall. Alright then. But I will likely need two warehouses for this. The two warehouses are going to go and get wheat. It's a bit of a trek, but once they get the wheat, they'll drag it over and shove it into this granary that accepts only wheat. It's not the end of the world if I also have a warehouse here that gets a couple of the goods needed, so it should get... let me think. Getting pottery right now seems very dangerous for my city. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, this warehouse is suffering because it constantly fails to get pottery. And the markets are struggling on pottery as well. Struggling on food, too. How could they be struggling on food? I thought I calculated this. I know, it's just more people coming in and stocking up on food. It's an inertia problem. Anyway, rather than having you go across here, I think we finally enact the low bridge movement that we wanted aeons ago. You will suffer for that, because I can't get a ship bridge here, can I? Am I okay with you suffering? Why do we do this? The sweet, sweet suffering. I think you're just going to have to chew on this for a bit. Hopefully that doesn't mess up any walkers, but it might. Yeah, too bad if it does. Hold on, hold the phone. We now have a problem that this is being blocked. Because of your existence. Oh man, how can fishing be so difficult? It looks like it's such a good place for fishing, but actually every single possible fishing place ends up being worse than the next. Putting you there doesn't solve any problems either. This needs to go, but if it goes, how do I get enough fish for my patricians? Is this going to be enough fish? I think I told myself that it will be. Especially if that's the distance you go for your fish. Okay, I will believe that we can make do without that. Which means we make do without this road and Brelix. Oh no, what a loss. I am taxing, right? Oh yeah, I'm just in a bad position. Right, that doesn't change the question of what you go and get. I will get oil. Oil is a bit of a trek. Get oil and wine. And I cannot say that I don't need another one. And this one's going to have to get pottery and furniture. It's going to be a tough one, but go to it, please. I looked up a trade thing, and yes, the amount of trade determines how many traders spawn. Sure. I'd be very interested to know the actual numbers there so you can make a fine estimate. Because I can definitely feel it on this map with the incredibly infrequent boats that we get, because everything's such low quantity. Although, huzzah, we got Corinthus to force buy some more weapons off of us. Strong arming on the tax. Alright, well, we're filling up on fruit, we're filling up on meat. I want to remain in the black before I start bringing wheat into the equation. In fact, we might even go for large villas before I get them their third source of food. Grand villas are much better than large villas, but the nice thing about large villas is they don't need a third food type. And they still grow into a 3x3, which is what I need them to do so I can figure out how exactly things are being built here. But I need to be in the black for the next year anyway, or else Caesar drops his favor even further, which would be bad. Are we going to do any more fishing for the foreseeable future? I think not, so this shipyard can ging awa, and that'll make this place nice and happy again. I'll get rid of that in case it's doing weird things to this temple. Why would Neptune be displeased? Because he's the only person with only 2 temples. That's alright, Neptune. Actually, Neptune's curse is the worst curse I could possibly get on this map. So do we preemptively impress him with a temple? There's a lot of things these people are going to need. He's thinking a lot about this, because this needs to be the home of a lot of desirability for these people. In the end, I'm just going to shove you up here. Let's keep Neptune off of my back for now, and let's give these people some of what they're going to need, which is doctor coverage, barber coverage, clinic coverage, engineer coverage. They don't need prefect coverage, because there's no fire risk in a northern map. Thank God. If this was not a northern map, but instead a desert map, Caesar would be the least of my worries.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
This is a problem. If I keep buying this stuff, I'm going to be in the red at the turn of the year, and that will hurt my favor even more. But on the other hand, I really, really need these goods, because I'm struggling on pottery. Although the struggle is largely abating. How about we cut the pottery import for now? Just give me the clay. It's worrying that you even have clay to sell me for this year. Because it tells me I'm not getting enough trade throughput done each year. Stop sending me your clay. I'd really like to be in the black. Oh, wow. With 8 denarii, I saw that 8. Don't you fool me with a 9 there. With 8 denarii, we clamber our way into the next year, barely keeping Caesar off my back. What an economically tight map, far more so than I ever expected. Well, that is not a lot of money to start building things up with, but I really need to get these patricians going. We already have 2 food types. I guess it's not really much point worrying too much about it until these guys have their goods. Yeah, once the warehouses have their furniture, their wine, their oil, and their pottery, then I can turbocharge these people up to patricians. But on the other hand, I should probably start working them up because it takes a long time. They couldn't be much further away from the entry point. It's going to take a long time for them to get population, which is a real concern. Why is that a real concern, Jake? Well, you see, you can only tax people that live in a house. If a house only has 10 people out of a possible 200, then you're only taxing 10 people out of a possible 200. And you might have noticed I love to tax people, as many as I can. So I need them. Aqueducts aren't free, by the way. Leaving gaps in the aqueducts. I don't know how or why people would be coming through them, but let's just be ready for it. I've done something weird with that. Oh good, the undo actually undoes a road drawn under an aqueduct. I'm actually surprised that it does that. Okay, Caesar, maybe if you gave me more than no money, I wouldn't constantly be dipping into debt. But the trade on this map is abhorrent. Absolutely abhorrent. That doesn't water everybody. That, however, does. Let's get them up to tents, let's get them fed, and let's start meeting their many, many demands for things. Markets are actually desirable neighbors if they are more than 3 tiles away from you. If they're very close, they're actually quite undesirable neighbors. Hello, Jake. What you doing? I'm building a city for the glory of Rome. Rome's feeling a little less glorious by the minute, though. The people are unhappy with me. I wonder if it's anything to do with my massive tax rate. I have a sneaking suspicion that it could be, but I need that tax rate high. So people are just going to have to chill out with it's been too recent since my last festival. Well then, what I can do is actually give all these people water and things. Oh, nice, that gets all of you. Oh, I should have considered where I put that. Dum da dum da dum da dum dum da 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 dum. Haha, that's amazing. That hits both of them. Very good. Okay, people are a bit happier when they're fed, so let's give them some food at least. They will not have access to better things than food, however. So I just hope the market lady can walk all the way around here. She probably won't, so I'll put another one here just in case. I'd love to lower taxes and make people happier, but I need that money. Alright, well the oil is going there soon. Plenty of furniture coming over, one can hope. I'm not working on the grain just yet. I can't afford the grain imports. Maximum 15 is 1 trader, 25 is 2, 40 is 3 traders. Just respawn per city after a delay of 30 versus 4 for land traders. Yeah, but how much does that count the individual goods? Oh, you're saying max 15 is 1 trader. Yeah, it's all max 15 from Corinthus, but Athens has a maximum of 25, so you'd think we get more Athens traders, and I think we do in general. I don't know how they stole that money. I'm in debt. There was nothing to steal. But they did what they could.
Will that be a shave or a trim, citizen? Life here's all right, isn't it?
No. No, it is not. Life is very not all right here. We have problems and plenty of them. Wait, how do I get another mugging? Oh, that's right. The wages increased, didn't they? Oh my. I think I missed a Rome increase wages at some point, and that's why people have been getting so annoyed with me. Yeah. When did I miss one? I think this one in 22 BC went over my head. That costs me quite a lot, actually, because that was killing my city mood for no good reason. Okay, well now I need people to chill out a bit, love me a bit, and then embrace my taxation policy. Okay. I'll be very concerned if they go straight for this, but hopefully the patricians come along and do what hopefully the prefects do what prefects are meant to do. Because I can't build a wall here. Actually, if they do charge down here, I'm in for a very bad time. They look exactly like they're about to charge down here. Okay, fortunately they slightly changed their mind. Because I can't build a road under them either. Uh-oh. Prefects, I really, really need you to engage with these guys so they don't murder my patricians to be. Oh no, they're coming closer. Do I prefect here for a last-ditch defense? If they do come over here, I'm going to want something to deal with them, although I really don't have the money for this. Oh no, they are coming this way. Oh no! Oh, this is very bad. I actually think I'm about to be smoked by the pants warriors here. Putting that bridge over there also messed up with my engineer walker. Oh, man. I actually thought this would be plenty to deal with them, but I guess if they just charge down here, yeah, ultimately I should have blocked this off if it was important to get them over here. But I didn't, and now I'm suffering. Because I can't place prefects in their way because you can't build near where your enemies are. Ow, life is pain. Life is going to be a lot more pain if I don't tax my people, though. Even if they are struggling on the everything front. Okay, the prefects might be able to save the day. No, not my warehouses! Jesus lives there. I might have moraled them out, though, and they might be sodding off. But not before doing considerable damage. Are they going away? No, they're not. Killing Brelix again. I don't have people to defend this.
I'm not paid enough to fight.
Yeah, I can share Baron's resentment for a map that gives you local invaders and no armies. Because the boys in blue are so fast, they sometimes just charge through your defenses. And especially on an economically tight map where you have a lot of different places that you have to defend from, it's quite cruel. But here we are, and we must deal with the situation. I think we've sent them packing. They did not destroy my oil, so at least I can send Caesar that. But I'm going to wait on that because I might have Caesar coming knocking soon as well. Oh man, my warehouse. That was the good warehouse as well. Apparently they're still here somewhere. The music. Ah, there he goes. He's leaving now. Maybe he'll be dying as he leaves. I've got a lot of things to rebuild here, which is not good. Yes, ultimately all this defense did nothing because they just charged through here. I should have walled this up, but I've been very stingy on my walls because I just have very little money on this map. I've made a few mistakes, but not a ton, which is going to show just how tight this map is proving to be. Ugh, both of my full granaries here gone. Ugh, sorry, all three of them. They must be set to target food supply then. There's no way they would have beansed it for my granaries otherwise. We can check that later on if I remember to do so, though. Which, by the way, is another very, very cruel thing that the mapmaker has done. You know, local attacks that have a target means that they just go for it very, very quickly. Thank you, Josvi. Yeah, they're also tearing down my markets. I had the food in them as well. Oh, grim. Grimmer than Grimsby. Out of my way, walkers. I need to restore order by restoring food. Hovel and Temple to Venus. Let's not get Venus on our bad side as well. She does a really nasty curse. And this was a forum. Not sure it was a particularly effective forum, but we'll bring it back. Unfortunately, this also means that I need my my shipyard back. And more than anything right now, I'm lamenting the cost of rebuilding a shipyard. Yeah, well. Now that I'm 3 grand in debt after all of that, we can enjoy the inevitability of the boys in blue arriving. Whew. I didn't know the walls are more expensive than all the buildings that got destroyed. Yeah, sure, but there's a lot of different places to wall. I can't focus them all at once. Money has been incredibly tight on this map. Although the mistake I made with the Rome's wages did hit me quite hard. Because I was constantly hemorrhaging city sentiment and I couldn't honestly understand why. Of course I understand now. Gonna need an engineer post here, and I actually don't even want these prefects. They were there as a just in case. And I think they did engage him on the way out, but that wasn't good enough. Okay, I think it's going to be debt anniversary. I was in debt in June, so if I get myself out of debt by next June, we might be okay. Building ships to make up for the lost wharves previously. Fortunately, the markets should have plenty of food still in them. Yeah, so that shouldn't be a huge concern. This building hates where it lives. Thanks to the shipyard there, but the shipyard will go in due time. Nothing to worry about there. Are we not allowed to build an army? We have no access to forts here. I can build towers, but towers are expensive. And you need walls ahead of time. And you'd need to build a barracks and move it around to staff it with ballistae. Lots of problems, basically. How are the gods feeling anyway? Everyone's happy enough. Wouldn't you be even happier praising Neptune? And paying me taxes. Unfortunately, these marketplaces survived and they're stocking up food. And I believe I said it was very important that these people paid me taxes. Yeah, let's hope the tax walker just walks around here plenty. The rest of the space is largely for giving them desirability boosters. and any other things that just won't fit down here. But we can't get them as... what am I trying to say? We can't get the patricians that we want until these people become... until we get the goods over here, the furniture and the pottery. And of course they tore down all my pottery. And my furniture, I suppose. Gonna put a road here to prevent you from evolving the way I don't want you to. Dum-ba-dee-dum-da-dum-dum. Market ladies, oh, they are chaotic. I'm gonna wait until these things are stocked first, though. Clawing our way out of debt.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Once I'm in the black, I think I should very much prioritize.
You will mock Caesar no more.
Oh dear. Right, I thought I had until June. I was wrong. I was very wrong. Well now, we have some problems that need to be dealt with. Caesar is going to invade me with an army. In not very long. Yeah, the real boys in blue are on their way, and they don't mess around. Now, fortunately, I have a lot of prefects that wander around this route. Unfortunately, prefects aren't going to do too much against them in combat, but this is as good as we can do. What I actually need is an army of prefects plus a lot of towers, but I can't do diddly until I'm out of debt. I have a funny feeling that the Lose Lobby is going to be eating good tonight. Will they give up if you're out of the red? No, they'll give up if you raise your favor to 35. Which sending this to Caesar is unlikely to do for me, but you know, I can send it. I can do my best on that front. Staying out of debt's a good first option on that one. Yeah, damn it. It's not like I was very close to... It's not like I was very far away from paying Caesar back, but he's just really angry with me staying in debt on this map. And I can trace a lot of that back to my mistakes with the salary, the wages. I just didn't notice the wages going up. There must have been a pop-up that clicked through too quickly. Or maybe I was in the middle of right-clicking when the pop-up happened, which makes it just instantly disappear. But I should have stopped when I noticed people were getting annoyed and thought, hold on, am I actually paying above Rome? But I didn't stop and think that, and now we're in the situation that we are, which is a bad situation. At least I have something resembling money now, but... what can we do? I'll tell you what we can do. We can get rid of these, because a tower is worth more than a prefect at this point. I'll tell you that much for free. Tower, tower, tower. Yeah, the more the merrier when it comes to these towers. Tower, 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 tower. Should get labor access. Will need a barracks. Tower, tower. Was it Police Academy that had the character High Tower? Gonna need a high number of towers here. Prefects are not very good at fighting the boys in blue, but they're the best we've got. So let's hope we can just shoot them whilst keeping them clogged up with prefects. That's the aim. I don't want to put down tent labor for this, so hopefully these walkers... they don't walk around, but at least if they just walk here, they will pass by for labor access. It's a nice city. Shame if something happens to it. Yeah, I think something very bad is going to happen to it. I'm still struggling so much on getting enough pottery here. The clay and the pottery and the amount of ships that you get in is almost insufficient. It is barely sufficient, but only barely. Which means any interruption here and you're scuppered.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Not even sure if it is sufficient. How many boats do you even get per year with this kind of setup? Remember, half the city should be whipping the enemy, yeah? Well, the difference is, in Dunkill Oasis, you do get to build an army. Here, you don't. I think there's no getting around the fact that I need labor access here. Fortunately, people will move in instantly. Relics is once again not doing his job. What was that? That was housing. Relics, people need to live here. There we go. That'll get all these people their labor access, and I'll be desperately waiting for my my desperate defense against the boys in blue. If we can beat back the boys in blue, then we might lose to favor. If we don't beat back the boys in blue, we just lose, which is funny. I myself am already laughing at the prospect. Just going to wall this off in a potentially futile attempt to keep the Pants Tribe warrior away from me. I employ too many people. Let's get rid of some of this. Because if I employ people, I have to pay people.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
This place is still struggling to get its hands on any real amount of pottery. Yeah, the pottery is a huge struggle here. I can't evolve these people into something useful until I get pottery over here. Another unpleasant thing is I'm going to need a Colosseum here. And I don't know if you can tell, but it's not really something that's good for placing in such a tight area. Could throw the Colosseum up here, but it would have no labor access. Could throw it down here, but it comes with plenty of its own problems. Maybe we can make do with that anyway. Gladiators, are you ready? Also going to need an actor colony making their way around here. Because then the amphitheater and the theater can go as far away as they care to be. Yeah, I'd be significantly happier on this map without the local invasions. But I suppose that's a huge part of the challenge, isn't it? They do add a lot of problems to this map. Labor access to these guys is going to be rough, but they'll just have to make do. Trying to lower the amount of unemployment so there are few people that I'm paying. Because I do want to be in the black at the turn of the year. So I need to get that favor with Caesar back on the double. That's not a lot of ballistae. I have to really hope that the onwards march of prefects will be enough. I really don't think it will be. Prefects are trash at combat. Caesar's legions are coming to launch a recruitment campaign. Oh, they might just be fine. Right, I know I said I wanted to use this area for desirability boosters, but I think I need the school here. I don't trust the school out here one bit. But I have to be wary of how I'm going to be changing the road network. Because I'm going to be drawing this, this road back a bit once these things grow. to that extent, I think the school would work here. Because, yeah, this road will come back one. You'll grow out to... No, it won't work there, actually. You're going to be where all of this road currently is, and you're going to be where all of this road currently is. Well, that is awkward. And I don't trust the school kids to be able to make it down there from up here. I could move the school later. That wouldn't be the end of the world. Alright, that's what I'll believe then. The school gets moved. Gladiators are pretty strong in combat, and so are lion tamers. And yeah, what I could do is do a loop of lion tamers and gladiators to kill the oncoming army, but don't really have the space for what I would want to do there. You want to have a large open area. I suppose here, actually. I can put a lot of gladiator schools here and an amphitheater over here and a road that comes through for them. They wouldn't follow the road I want them to, though. No, they take this shortcut through. Ah, you know what? We've made our bed. Let's sleep in it. We'll see what Toga Boy has to say. Fortunately, I didn't quite build on that native person's land. I completely forgot about them, though. Too many people are drawing a salary. Can't be having that. I mean, I barely get a salary. Look at that. The cart came over and brought only 1 unit of pottery. The pottery on this map is a huge struggle.
This city is a reasonable place.
I always forget which are better between the gladiators and the lions. I think the lions are better, but I may have forgotten. Which I think I'm about to get leveled in this city. And even if I don't, I am struggling much too much to keep my head above water. Did you reopen the pottery import? I absolutely did. Here we are, importing pottery, importing clay. We're even importing marble, although there's not much left to do with that. 2 denarii in January. Caesar taking everything he can get his hands on and sparing with 2 coins to rub together for good luck. And soon, very soon, the might of Rome will be upon me. I don't even have all of my... Oh, right. I'm going to get rid of this temporarily. And that should allow the barracks to send over the units, and then I can rebuild the road. Oh dear. Well... Okay, to my prefect's credit, they were in the right place to just immediately rush the entry. Whether there'll be enough remains to be seen. Because those prefects don't fight very well. Why did the tower just disappear? Well, it's back now. I think you one-shot Roman legions at least. But they are certainly one-shotting my prefectures. And my prefects. And my towers. And my water supply. Be gone, you brutes. This is not your city. Oh, they've passed by all of my prefects and that. Might still stamina... might still morale them out if I can kick their arse with some other walkers, but I'm not counting on it. Please leave. Oh dear. Yeah, just a few of them survived and then they're going to torch my city. Caesar wants his meat. Oh, I don't have meat for you. I think I have death. Yeah, pottery consumption has just become more manageable. Well, we did manage to morale them out, and they are gone. And I do still have some money. You defeated that bunch of incompetents I sent to arrest you. You have some ability, and for that, I salute you. I had a city once. Now I have a 783 worker deficit. How in the world do I get back from this? You did a lot more than 2,600 denarii worth of damage to me, but you didn't take out my warehouses. This is gonna hurt. I'm not even sure if I have the heart to rebuild the city after that. What am I rebuilding from? Well, I ain't dead yet. This was nowhere. I don't know where nowhere was. I think that's just what they say for aqueduct. I do slightly wish that you were able to build straight over destroyed things. This is where the reservoir was. Because otherwise it gets a little bit awkward doing this kind of stuff, but do it we must. Alright, piece by piece, we're going to bring this city back. Maybe save this stuff for later. Yeah, oracles and prefects. I'm going to need the engineer post back, though. Losing the housing kind of super sucks. That was housing, right? Yeah. Hovel, Casa, Oracle. The oracles are a bit expensive, so I'll replace those later. Hovel. I'm already burning through the money that I have left over for this. Losing the granaries is always painful. It was all granary, right? Yeah. Because that's where you had tons and tons of food stored up, and now it's gone. You gotta wait for it to fill back up. Losing markets is similarly painful, although I didn't lose the market or the warehouse full of pottery, and I'm very grateful that we didn't lose all that pottery. That would have been a painful one to come back from. Alright, and what do we have here? Housing, housing. And this was also housing, housing, as I recall. And let's see, housing, 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 baths. And somebody chimes in saying, oh, well, at least your demographics will be reset. Now, the demographics are going to look like a horror show. Forum, market, housing. Housing, market, forum. Because I've got to tax people to make all this money back that I lost. Amphitheater. Housing, housing, theater. Housing. Theater was here. Whew. It's sore, you know. Really, really sore. You build all this stuff up and then you have it kicked over. Insulae, theater. Theater we'll sort out first. Housing, housing. And the engineer. Insulae, insulae, insulae. You also kind of have to get rid of the scrap because people will walk over it. Fortunately, they won't walk over empty plots. How's the prosperity going to do? Oh, you know what? That's probably going to kill me outright. I won't be able to make 100 prosperity in 10 years. Even if everything goes amazingly well. Because without the hippodrome, I can only make 9 prosperity a year maximum. We'll have to see what our prosperity ends up being at the end of all of this to see if it's even possible to come back from the brink. It's August right now, so I am most assuredly going to be punished for this badly. Okay. Oracle will need to be replaced here, and this was housing. And that's all my money gone again. Yeah, but you almost think the boys in blue hadn't been here. And won't the hippodrome be expensive? There is no hippodrome. No hippodrome available. I'm not convinced there's anywhere you could fit a hippodrome. Maybe here. A hippodrome is as big as 3 Colosseums. Okay, yeah, you can get a hippodrome here at least. You'd be struggling to put it pretty much anywhere else. I guess along here if you want to get... Oh, right, no, the helpful natives would be in the way. Thank you, natives. This is another oracle. And this was an oracle. So the lesson to be had here is if there's a little gap, it was probably an oracle. You have 11 full years, plenty of time to catch up. No, not really. The favor demand is 100, and the favor goes down at the turn of the year. Actually, that's really, really bad to have favor 100 as one of your goals, because if you have favor 100, and then you wait for the next year to get your prosperity tick, the favor will go down, and then you'll lose. I guess it wouldn't be a problem for somebody who's been seeing to all of Caesar's whims, but I have not. I have been struggling on that front for some reason. Can't put my finger on it. The mergers are going to be chaotic as well. A lot of them won't merge because of the whole water situation. You know, they're not quite the same level of housing, so it's chaotic. And I don't even have wells to help them catch up. Ugh, it's awful. Just awful. Okay, prosperity is down to 18. I have 11 months. I also have no money. Well, that's bad news. We have jobs for the loads of Legion veterans. So the whole premise of this map was that I was building up a place for the veterans of civil wars, because we promised them land or something like that. Caesar promised them land. And I'm the one that has to deliver them the land. But there have just been too many problems for me to deal with on this map. Getting the mergers here is kind of a disgusting thing to have to do. I guess I could fiddle like that to get you to merge. Donk. And do that, but you've got to go. Oh yeah, to be honest, I had completely forgotten about your fishy request there, Caesar. I will temporarily erect a warehouse here with the express goal of taking in the fish. Working our way through the unemployment numbers at least. Oh, this is also housing? Oh, it was a market. The market's probably quite important to get back. Oh, man, getting these mergers back is going to be a pain. Immediately got the fish for Toga Boy, at least. There you go. Keep you off my back for now. But I didn't really want you. Just on a forum so those people pay their taxes. Can it still be done? Is such a thing even possible? Oh, right, now people are getting very unhappy with me. It's all the tents coming up. I do need this money, though. I'll make people a little bit happier. People do remain registered for tax, at least. But yeah, I need a lot of people in here paying their taxes. 5 hours, you still haven't won? Yeah, no, I think this is going to add to the very, very small list of maps that I don't win. I just can't get my city back up and operational. Trying to catch these for their mergers as quickly as I can. Rome apparently thanks me. My loyalty will not be forgotten. I know when there's lies being sent my way, Caesar. That is an absolute lie. I think my loyalty has already been forgotten. The money situation's not been forgotten. The swing in happiness from people on the taxation is huge. It's -6 across your city for 25% taxation. And I think it's something like +2 across the city for 4%. Maybe it's +1. Anyway, it's plus. So it's a huge swing. Makes people very happy very fast. Tax breaks, man. Easily forgotten. Get merged. Good. You know, generally in a situation like this, houses only need to do their merger once, because if they devolve, at least they devolve together. But after Caesar comes and trashes everything, they need to be rebuilt. And the fact that the water is already there makes it very awkward to do so. Because then you end up with situations like this where the desirability is out of whack. What I could do is deny them water, and then they all drop to tent level, and then they merge. But a lot of people emigrate if I do that. Well, I gotta try what I gotta try. A bit more, and we should have our mergers. Donk, and then we can bring this back. And then you are in need of your little friend here. Yeah, I mean, these guys, they don't want to get together because it's so stinky and undesirable where they are. There's a whole lot of not much I can do about that. I could deny them all of their water, and I think that's what I'm going to do. Although I think I'm forcing a lot of people out from here. Yep. Maybe chasing the mergers is the wrong priority to have right now. Come on. There we go. Now they've all merged back together. Whew, tracking this one out. I don't think it's going to happen, because that prosperity requires me to make good money and have good things in the city, period, including patricians. Which I admittedly do have the goods for, but I don't have the money to actually build stuff up for. One point of view is for wheat. I'd love to import the wheat, but no, it's not happening. Not what we have right now. These guys never all properly merged. Come on, there we go. That's the merge I'm looking for. Although I don't want people shortcutting across all of this, that is bad. Let's try and get some upgrades for tax-related purposes. Although now I'm out of marble, and that means importing marble, and that means goodbye more money. I don't have an answer to all this. Now, the legions won't come back until favor drops below. Although... what a difference having some towers makes. Really one-shots the Pants Tribe's warriors. And a lot of problems could have been solved if I'd just taken care of the invasion point here. Ah, it hurts. What, a game where you can't snowball money? You absolutely can snowball money, I just haven't reached those points yet. The early economy was really crappy. You only have 2 major things to export, and you can only do 15 each, and they collapse in price almost immediately. Alright, well at least Togaboy can have my furniture. But Rome also increased wages by 4, Jesus. All the inflation. Stay strong. Oh, the unemployment's getting a little out of hand as well. Yeah, the demographics got shot by this as well. Now we have a huge number of people that are just 20 to 50. So they're working hard. Too hard. Oh yeah, it's all going wrong in this city now. Trying to think of ways to crawl out of this situation, but I've got nothing. Everything I want to do costs money that I don't have. Shocking myself by going up to 5,000 population, though. Prosperity goes from 18 to... we'll know when it becomes January. 24. Favor continues to take a nosedive, though. And wages have been maxed out. Yeah, taxes are up as high as they can go. Can go no further. Unfortunately, because of the wages increase, taxes are only barely outstripping wages. I need my patricians, but we don't have the money to get that infrastructure going. Should we try anyway? A few other things I can do, but try. Alright, let's give the old college a try then. You need a bunch of things, which I may not even have the space for, but I've got to try. You need a bathhouse. You're going to need l'hôpital. You're going to need an academy. Academy is a very desirable building. I'm going to assume you all have school kid access. To my surprise, you do. Kids are normally awful for that. They don't want to submit themselves to smelly old patricians for some reason. There's your library. You have access to entertainment aplenty. You have your forum, who's hopefully taxing all of you. Or attempting to. He might not be. But it is January, so there is that. Perhaps the prudent thing to do is to also put a forum down here. Prudent, he says. Let's wait until after everything else is done. The main thing you really need now are markets. The markets give you food up here, but I want the markets to give you goods down here. So market, market, line piece. I'll come around here and get what they need as long as I go and see people regularly enough. You shouldn't have problems. We'll see what we can do with this. My guess is not much. Our problem is Rome's inflation's doing that. We should definitely have a legion descend. Yeah, not much I can do there, though. Quantitative easing. Replace the silver and the coins with lead. Now we'll do it the Swedish way and replace it with copper. Ah, you are a problem because you don't actually get access to the entertainment. So actually, you needed to be here, not there. Rome is apparently happy that I sent him all the furniture. What's the desirability issue here? I think there was an oracle over there that was something multitude of sinning. I'm not accepting the marble. You should be the one to take the marble now, although I don't have the money for it.
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Alright, well the marketplaces are grabbing what they can. But in the end, these people still need access to pottery and such. Despite what a wreck my city is, I am surprisingly close. If I'd just gotten on my patricians a bit faster and anticipated the pottery problems, I think we would have been in it to win it. But of course, I'm pretty sure I said that about the other map. You know, close but no cigar is still no cigar. There we go, bring these people up so they can actually give me money. Why is this vacant? People are pleased with me, so I should have immigration. I think that road is actually stopping people from getting there. There you go instead. It's a sign that pottery is actually flowing for a little bit here, but the desirability is low as low can be. Now the problem is that, as I said before, I need to move where this road is later on. So putting desirability boosters is hard. What I could do is something like that. And again, you're going to go out to where those roads is, so that's going to end up there. So I suppose I can put you there. And similarly do that. And they're going to want their oil. And they will get their oil, because we have oil. Dun, 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 dun. And they also want a lot more desirability, which is probably going to remain a very difficult thing for me to do for them. But difficult's not impossible. It's a shame I don't really have the space for my own palace up here, or the money, frankly, because the palace is a huge desirability booster. I think there's little I can do but give them yet more oracle access and the like down here. Check if the taxman gets them. They are paying their taxes. That doesn't always reveal the whole story. The taxman might just very occasionally see to them. And it does happen. Ugh, the desirability needs are really, really high, and without tons of marble, I'm having a very, very hard time seeing to them. And now they're going to want more godly access, which I can give them. What was the 3x3 I ever planned on putting here? I think it was just in case I wanted the academy or the hospital over here. But I didn't. That'll have to do. When was the last time I was in debt? Oh. Wages, uprising, gratitude, theft. Maybe I'm just always in debt. And then it'll be time for the boys in blue to collect again, and that will be bad news for me. I'm taxing as hard as I can, but there's only so hard a man can tax. Ugh, devolutions, they suck. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be able to make it. The plebeians are doing the best they can, but the rampant inflation just means that wages are almost beating taxes, and I have to import more than I can make on my trade receipts, so this is not a fiscally viable city. Which means it's going to die to debt, and then the boys in blue are going to come back with a larger army than before, and that is it. Oh man, I can't believe I got bodied so hard in this map. I did genuinely look at it and think, it shouldn't be too hard. Didn't look difficult. I just did not realize that the economic situation is as bad as it is. Only 2 things to export and both of them end up trashed by year 2. And you get surprise attacked by year 2 as well, so you have to put in a considerable amount of your money into this crappy civilian defense. Grim. Do you ever replay a map you lost? Sometimes, but I won't be replaying this one. I don't want to put another 5.5 hours into this. Yeah, I think I just have to speed up and accept my demise here. Worth noting that the market ladies don't always come down here, so they're not always seeing to their needs, which is why they keep devolving. Yeah, lack of furniture, lack of... Wait, you're also just not having furniture. Why is that? Oh, remember when this warehouse didn't get employees? It still doesn't get employees. Oh, it's just disgusting. Everything's falling apart in the city now. Yeah, no furniture in the markets for these people. I'm incredibly surprised that I actually have any money at all, though. Those taxes are trying their best. Yeah, and I expect these to fall down because Brelix no longer goes around to fix them. People are unhappy and they're emigrating. They don't like paying my taxes. They really don't like paying my taxes. I'll let them off, but I can't win anymore. It's just not possible. With this time left and this prosperity to get and that favor to get... Actually, the favor's the big one. I wonder... I'm going to have a look at the map file and just see how much favor there is to get on this map. Caesar with, as usual, very fair requests. Just end me, man. Boys in blue can come and finish what they started. Do you think the game could have gone differently if you'd used towers? The problem with towers is you need very decentralized defense. The attack points here, 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 and here. And there's a lot of gaps that the attackers can move through. They are quite powerful against them, though. I'll give it that. Hello, Toga boy. Yeah, maybe that was my mistake. Should have gone more on towers than prefects. Oh, I'm going to miss this city. It's a shame because the layout's quite beautiful. I would like to build something beautiful on this, but as it happens, I am defeated. There's that stock injured sound effect that you get in GoldenEye. And that is an extremely rare loss for Biggest Dickus.
I am most displeased. Despite all the funds I invested in your city and the Senate's generosity with credit, you have let me down. Your city has not repaid the funds it borrowed. My faith in you was misplaced, and I am forced to find another governor to take your place. Perhaps you will fare better in the new role I have in mind for you.
It hurts. It hurts a lot.